Hey, hello. Hey. What? I'm sorry? What did you say? Insert coin. Insert coin. Hey. Did you just see me do the thing on President Sunday card? Yahoo! Gonna play game. Best warm up. Yeah! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Boom! Delicious! Yes, of course. What game is that? It's Cadillacs and Dinosaurs. It's an arcade game. It's an arcade game. You used to go to this place called the arcade, put coins in machines and play games. It used to be a thing. Your copper before I scan it. Grenade. Hehe. Oh! Delicious! I'm doing so well. Wait, time limit? Excuse me? What the hell? Yeah, I'm good. Yahoo! What a whim. It's because I'm valuable. The butcher is hunting in the northern woods. Don't mess with the book. Episode 2. In my Cadillac and dinosaur. Uh-oh. That's right, the best game, the best comic, the best tabletop apparently as well. It's just all around good. Sleepy Dino preserved. What? We're in the water now. Apparently that's the swamp. We're gonna dry the swamp. I guess. Surprise entrance. Hello, thank you. We've got nice things for today, I hope. I hope I will provide what we need. Uh-oh. I found another amazing Russia monitor video. It's my favorite channel now. Part of me also wants to take a look at the Finkelstein thing. And yes, I feel like I'm the only person in the universe that pronounces the name correctly. Not Finkelstein, not Finkelstein, Finkelstein. Because it's German, Stein for stone. Finkelstein. You know? I'm the only person pronouncing it correctly and nobody else. Even Germans don't pronounce it correctly. As correctly as I pronounce it. I'm the arbiter of correct pronunciation. Arbitress. Gun. Now I'm a real American. Go, go. Chocolate. Uh-oh. No chocolate. Oh, gross. This is time. Fuck you. You. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I almost died. In Poland it's Stein, actually. In the Polish Jewish diaspora it's pronounced Stein. Just so you know. And we all know that the Polish Jewish diaspora is superior, even though it's pretty much gone now. And that's why it's superior, because we can make it, enshrine it, and glorify it. We can forget all about its faults and negative traits, and only remember the positives. His body frame of it and seeing that as a nerd. I pronounced Finkelstein correctly. It's okay. You can always say that Lucy forced you to do it. Being a nerd is great. Oh! Aye. Boom boom! Boom boom! Uh-oh! Choo. Time limit again. Wow. You know, you should really do the arcade feeling if you want me to continue. And, you know, if you want me to insert a coin, then you must donate $1. That would be something. But then I would just die and finish games really quickly because nobody would pay the $1. Finkelstein, the person that says Russia had the right to invade Ukraine. Go. Are we ready to begin? Uh-oh. Take the car. It'll be safer to go for it. Okay. I'm gonna take the car. Oh, damn. Now I'm a real American. This is what Americans do. Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is actually a documentary. This is what Americans do. This is how Americans treat people they don't like. Uh-oh, grenades! Damn. So American. Yahoo! Yahoo! What a win. What a win. Wow. This is real politics. The realist. I'm a realist. A super realist. Nice place, now it is mine. What? Stone throw. Burp. I burped on stream. Yes. Delicious. Delicious burps. I am very good. What should we begin with? I am wondering aloud. This game has a pretty fun soundtrack. Very Capcom. I think it's a Capcom game to begin with. Delicious! Uh-oh. Oh. Gun. I'm a real American. Die. Most things are done by a handgun, according to the data. Handgun. Oh, I gained a life. Because I'm doing so well. Ooh. The bad guys look like JoJo villain, yo-yo villains. The main character too, to be fair. True. Consider this a yo-yo game playthrough. And yes, I'm gonna say yo-yo to be original. They're gonna pay for this. True. Let me get my gun. Be a real American. Yo-yo Bizarre Adventure. Delicious. Gun! Finally. Who's next? Come here, boys. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, ah. Now you're mine. Ammunition for my gun. Oh, wow. Damn, that worked perfectly. Ice cream. Delicious. Delicious food. What are you doing in my garage? Hey man, I'm here to put an end to your pervertry. Boomerang boy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, that was his stuff. Oh! They're gonna pay for this. Knife. Now I'm Japanese. Oh boy. Is it over? Uh-oh. Okay, so if you're gonna donate $1, I'm gonna continue. If not, then we're finishing the game. We'll see how much you want me to continue. Too late, I died. Oh gosh. Game over. Okay. Game over. As they say in the professional sphere. As the game is over. And now I'm ready to do the thing that needs to be done. Debate me on stuff. Come back, person from yesterday, and debate me, coward. Run away, coward. I was so ready to defeat him in the thing board of ideas. I was so ready. I was so prepared. Mentally as well as other thingy. But I'm betting you already knew this about me. Ugh. Oh wow. I have a... Oh, wow. Only 4 left. Oh, wow. Jesus. Jesus. It's okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna speak up for everybody. I'm gonna risk it all. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of... The only fear to fear is the beer. And you know that beer is not that scary once you get into it. What was I? Ah, yes! I'm supposed to prepare something for you. For you. Especially for you. Hold on. Hold on. Don't be rash. Don't be reckless. Don't be a Finkelstein type. You're gonna start it off light. What have we got here? Oh, it's Chud Logic, my new best friend. Ever since. Caffles is live. Hi, chat. I have some cool stuff to talk about. Wow. If only I had some cool stuff to talk about, maybe I'd be cool and liked and stuff. J.K. Rowling's Holocaust denial and biblical illiteracy. That is true. J.K. Rowling is indeed illiterate. What's fascism all along? Debate highlight. Oh gosh. What is this debate about? Let me see if it's worth. Okay, I want to watch this. Together with you, of course. I'm still here, or am I? Are you? I want to watch this with you. I want to do a debate react. I haven't done this forever since the last time I did it. Okay, I wanna watch this together with you as a treat to myself and to yourself. But if I'm gonna watch this, then we're gonna play a game together with it, because it's my tradition that when I do react to a thing, I also play a game, and I've got the perfect game. The perfect game. Or is it the perfect game? I'm not sure anymore. I had a question for my audience, for my American audience. You ready for my question? You ready for my strange question? Ready to be questioned? If you're ready to be questioned, then you should write, yes, I am ready. Yes, I'm ready. And if you're not ready, then you should write, no, I'm not ready. Library. Ooh. Fighting Termides. Kuroi is playing Helldivers too. How exciting is that? How exciting. Oh gosh. I personally am so excited that I can't even hide it. That is the way I am. Just no US citizens are watching me right now. Because you're not ready or not ready to be questioned by me. I think only Bulgarians are watching me today. The Bulgarian audience that I have cultivated throughout the years of toil on the soil of the planet Earth. Whoa. Hold on. Whew. I think checking for add-on content. Not a US citizen nor Bulgarian. Where are you from then? I only know these two countries. Where are you from? Maybe I'll try to find your country on a map. Canada checking in. Canada is almost the US. Hello, Aaron. Do you know DC? Do you know DC? That is my question. Open question. Do you know DC? Canada. Also Canada? Is everybody here from Canada? From the Leaf Village? My gosh. Canada is US light, no? Exactly. Canada is the Leaf Village. Canada is the Naruto country. I'm surprised nobody ever thought of that. The Leaf Village thing. But I did because I'm smart. I'm smarter than anyone. I'm smarter than 99% of people. It's like destiny knows more than 99% of people on topic X. On topic X, I know more than 99% of people. Or even more. Who knows? Who the hell knows at this point? I do. I do. Yeah, exactly. You're US light, so what do you think of DC? What do you think of DC? The 99% hold only 50% of the intellect. A sad state of affairs. True. I hold the 1 billion million % of all the intellect. That's why I'm so smart. Hold on. What am I supposed to do now? Yes, let's do the thing. Let's do the... You know what. You know what I want to do. Look at me running through the city, running through the base, doing things like a productive citizen. I'm gonna run to this person here. I'm gonna talk to... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Researcher, come on. Oh, horny researcher. So the enormous beast is like... Yeah. Reward. 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 Give me more rewards. Give me. Come on, give me more rewards. I want rewards. I crave rewards. What do I have to do? Oh, gather insects 4 times. Rotten Veil. Large monster capture. Okay, let's go. What else can I do? What else can I do in this game? There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do in this game. I'm just wandering aimlessly. Who are you, sir? Can I buy a trap to get monster? I don't like... What the hell? What the hell? Hold on. Maybe I can craft it. Shock trap. I can. Wait, hold on. Thunderbug. I need thunderbugs. Let's go. Let's get a thunderbug. Thunderbug. Do I have any thunderbugs here? I do. I do. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's craft. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for this. 1. Okay, how much Transk bomb? Sleep herb and parashroom. Okay, so sleep herbs I know I have. And parashrooms. I know I have parashrooms. Come on, parashrooms. Yes! Oh my gosh. I don't know what DC is. I just tuned in. The place in the US, silly. Of course. DC is absolutely nothing else. Yes! Oh my gosh. I feel so good about myself now. My self-esteem is roaring through the sky. Okay, yes. Yes. Sword items? Of course. Of course, sword items. Okay, what do I do now? Let's start watching the debate, shall we? Oh! What a whim. Yahoo! Okay, who's calling you?
Hello, are you here to debate?
I'm here to debate. Should I debate this guy?
Yes, sir, I am.
Press 1 in the chat if you want me to debate this guy. I will debate this guy if you tell I do you want me to debate this guy. I will say that I am 6 years old and I want to debate you on issues. Wokeness. I will debate him on wokeness. On wokeness. 3. What's 3? 5? 1? What's 3 and what's 5 and what's... I don't get it. 89? Well, it's not 69.
All right, what's your name and how old are you?
My name is Alex. I am 27. I am from Pennsylvania.
All right, Alex, what topic are you here to debate today?
I would like to be on the topic of the trans men and women are men and women.
All right, no problem. What's your take?
My take is that it is a literal mental illness and that it should not be encouraged. That is my personal belief.
Interesting.
They
What do
should
you
be
base?
helped.
What do you base your personal belief on?
What?
I base
Sorry.
my personal belief on the fact that in other countries it is a fact.
I didn't catch that. What was that? What is the debate about? I don't know what's going on with DC. I hope Biden wins and Moscow Mike stops blocking Ukraine military aid. True. I think DC is great. DC is a pretty big place, no? DC is pretty big, if I remember correctly. It's probably pretty clean as well. Full of really nice smells. I think DC is probably really nice. Okay, let's continue with the debate. Hee.
It should not be encouraged. That is my personal belief.
Interesting.
They
What do
should
you
be
base?
helped.
What do you base your personal belief on?
I base my personal belief on the fact that in other countries, it is a fact that there are countries that allowed gender reassignment surgery, and then they had canceled it. They had abolished the rule.
I almost thought that the person is saying, and then they had cancer. They had gender assignment surgery, and then they have cancer. How do you respond to that, sir? First, it begins with gender reassignment surgery, and then it becomes cancer.
Or however you pronounce it.
True.
And
True.
they basically said that it was doing more harm than
I don't
good
even
to
know how
people
you
because
pronounce
years
it.
later,
True.
after they had these surgeries and reassignments,
True.
they were then
Reassignments.
totally confused and realized they made a horrible mistake.
True.
Yeah, what
It's me.
countries?
Poland. I'm confused.
I
What countries have
believe
abolished gender affirming? That
I'm
had
always-
gender affirming care,
I'm
and
always-
then abolished gender affirming care.
I'm
because
always
they saw
confused.
more negative
That's me.
results.
I honestly do not have that information for you.
What the
You
fuck?
got me there.
So then I'll just assume.
What the hell is that? Oh, there are countries that abolished this transness care thing and those assignments. Oh, wow. What countries? Oh, I honestly don't have that information. Okay. Then it's just empty talk, isn't it? Damn. Everyone who is trans will die. This is true. That's not true. I will not die. Damn. These assignments. Reassignments, I'm sorry. All these reassignments and
that
yeah.
None of them did that. Next thing
Okay.
you said was that other countries classify it as a mental illness. Is that what you said? Did I hear that correct?
True.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what other countries classified being trans as a mental illness?
Poland. It actually
Oh,
doesn't.
let's see here. Russia.
Okay.
Okay.
Russia also kills gay people, so.
That's wrong. I agree with that. That is wrong.
So
that is
am I
absolutely
going to
wrong.
listen to Russia classifying trans people as like?
Listen, man, you could be upset all you want, but
True.
what
I'm
the
not upset.
left is doing, you're gonna have a far right backlash, and
Oh,
it's coming.
no.
Whoopee.
Oh,
Who's
no.
upset? We're having a debate, right?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
dude,
The
it's
far
just-
right
It
backlash.
is
Oh no.
historically proven that every time history swings one way, there is a backlash the other way that is twice as bad.
Uh-huh. So we
That
shouldn't.
is such brain dead logic. We shouldn't do progress because the far right won't like it. So we shouldn't just we should listen to Russia. Russia does things best, after all, as we've always known.
make progress on human rights because right-wing people will get upset and then
True.
throw a hissy fit.
There you go. Said it. But I said it better. Because I'm valuable.
No, you should make progress, but you shouldn't encourage mental illnesses like being
Okay, but
trans.
hold on. But you haven't been able to substantiate it being a mental illness with anything. Just your fifis. I don't really debate fifis.
It is a mental illness.
Based on
It
what?
is. If
I'll
you
have-
feel
okay,
the need,
Based on what?
if you feel the need that
Uh-huh.
you need to chop your wang off
Uh-huh.
because you feel like you're a woman.
Do all trans
Listen,
people
that
feel
is.
the need to
You
cut
know what?
off?
You know what?
Hey,
I would
question,
like.
do all
I would
trans
like.
people feel the need to cut off their penises?
No, I just think it's
okay.
wrong, dude.
Hold on.
It is
Whoa, 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 whoa,
wrong.
whoa. You said that it's a mental illness because trans people feel the urge to cut off their wangs.
Yes.
And
Yes,
I
sir.
asked you if all
I
of
need
them
to
feel
cut
this
off
way.
my
You said
wangs.
no. So that would mean any trans person that doesn't feel this way would not have a mental illness, correct?
Cut off my wangs. Do it. It's time. It's time to cut off my... Oh my gosh. What is wrong? How do I depart? Depart. I wanted to... Jesus. How do I depart? Oh. Depart. Yes. Oh, damn. Okay. I didn't expect this. But yes. Cut off my wangs.
Do
Guess
you
I'm
think
mentally
more
ill.
trans people
You gotta.
get? Do you think more trans people get bottom surgery or less than like? What do you think the percentage of trans people getting bottom surgery is?
200%.
I don't know because I'm not about that life.
It's like less than 10% of trans people.
I
It's
see
too-
that there are children waving LGBTQ flags, and
Oh,
that's
no.
right up there with the children waving Nazi flags because you're
What?
indoctrinating these children into it.
Oh, damn.
You're
You
encouraging
think
it. It's
that
wrong.
children waving pride flags, so children waving a rainbow flag, is the same as children waving Nazi flags?
Yes. According to some, I will
It's
add.
different principles, but it is
I will
similar.
add to this. According to some, children waving Ukrainian flags are the same as waving Nazi flags. Those are all different things, but all those people are waving flags, so in a way you have a commonality here. You have a commonality between Ukrainian children and Nazi children and LGBT children. They're all children and they all wave the flag. So, you know. This person has a point. I think this person is operating on sound logic. I wanna hear more what they have to say.
Because you
similar
are
in what
teaching
way?
them from a small age.
It's similar because you're waving a flag, silly. Duh. It's come on, simple logic. It's common sense. I understand it because I'm smart. I'm smarter than any of you. I'm especially smarter than Jovan Bradley because Jovan Bradley doesn't understand.
And this is another problem I have. This is just me personally.
True, indoctrinating into waving the flag. True. This is, yeah.
I understand.
Of course.
You are entitled to your beliefs.
True.
This is America, after all. But at the same time,
You're not.
why is it that we're not allowed to have our difference of opinion?
True.
And it's either you side with the LGBTQ or you're wrong.
Exactly.
Because opinions can be wrong.
Why can't I discriminate against them gays? Why? What's wrong with that? Why can't we have two groups? One who wants rights for the LGBT and one that wants the LGBT dead. Why can't we have this healthy difference in opinions? Why can't we? What's wrong with this world? Damn. It's Western degeneracy at its worst.
You can have an opinion on something, but if your opinion is steeped in scientific inaccuracies, then I would say you have a
Inaccuracies.
wrong opinion. I can have an opinion that the earth is flat. I would be wrong in this assumption and assertion.
Right, absolutely.
Okay, so opinions can be wrong.
Listen, sir, I just think you're an LGBT and you just want to swallow cock all day. I think that's your opinion. I have an opinion to oppose this degeneracy. Degeneracy. I'm shocked. I don't approve. Let's just hear what he has to say. I think this debater is doing pretty well. I think I'm rooting for the person that is debating this person. I think I'm firmly in the camp of Russia and China on this. True.
Okay, I respect that.
See, respectful.
I just feel
Nice.
that it's
I love
it has
respect.
become the law of the land now with
Where?
the LGBTQ.
True.
The transgender movement, I understand that there are people who don't feel comfortable in their own bodies and stuff like that. I honestly didn't have a problem with it until I thought...
True, it became law of the land. Everybody's trans, and I don't like it. Like, it's basically... I can understand not being comfortable in your body, but you have to face consequences when that happens. You have to realize that you just might end up in jail and that it's normal, you know? Be uncomfortable all you want, but just don't force us to look at it or to be a part of it. Just accept being jailed or something. I don't know. Accept isolation. Or I don't know. We will figure it out. There are these things, camps that we can put the LGBT in for surely. There's a place when the LGBT can be happy. And we can be happy. I mean, technically speaking, I am part of the LGBT because I'm trans and I also, no matter how you slice it, I'm gay, but you know what? I'm the good one. I'm the one that's, I see my degeneracy and I don't know. I suffer so that others don't. or something. It's complicated. It's a complicated life.
Being pushed into schools, and children who are 6, 7, 8 years
Oh
old
no.
are being told. There are so many issues that I have with modern America right now.
Oh yeah,
It's
for
just-
sure.
Where is it being
We're-
pushed into schools? Where is this happening?
California,
Oh,
anything, any state that
can you
is
give
really
me
woke,
specifics?
any
Can you-
state
True.
or school system that is woke,
Any
and
state
it
or
wants-
school system that's woke. Can you give me specifics? Specific school and how they're pushing it? Can you
horrible,
provide
horrible.
this?
let's see here. I know I saw somewhere, and no, sir, I do not have a specific school, but I
Uh-huh.
do know that I've
Okay.
seen it on television. I'm sure you have too.
Oh,
You know what else I've
Mass
seen on
protest.
television? You know
Trump.
what else I've seen on television?
Our
A purple
hero.
dinosaur singing and dancing. Doesn't necessarily make it real, right?
wait, hold on.
Fair, that's valid.
Dinosaurs are singing and dancing? I want to see that. Damn. Show me less degeneracy and show me more dinosaurs dancing and singing. And the worst thing is that Poland is actually following US in its degeneracy. Is Poland has this reputation of gobbling America's cock, so, that is what people say about Poland. So whatever America does, Poland copies blindly. So Poland just copies this degeneracy. And I'm very disappointed. I'm very, very disapproving. I do not approve.
Valid. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I personally believe that it shouldn't be forced onto the population. Like, you have to accept
Exactly.
it,
Or
because
you'll get arrested.
for hundreds and hundreds of years we didn't accept that.
True.
And this
For
is going to
hundreds
sound
and hundreds
awful,
of
but
I've
you
years-
been
looked
there.
at them.
Wait, quick question. For
modern-
hundreds of, hold on. For hundreds of
Except
years, we
Greece,
didn't
Rome,
accept
Japan, and many
interracial
other
couples.
places, but forget those.
Do you think we should have just not forced that via laws and policies either, and just let it be okay that interracial
No.
couples could?
No. Let's not go that far. Oh, come on.
No, that's a good point.
That's a
solid
bad point.
That is a solid point.
No, it's
I
not.
just
It's a bad
feel
point.
that it. Oh, also the whole
That's
God
bad
is
faith.
good thing. Why does he let kids get cancer and babies get cancer? You've made very good points. You've made very good points. I'm not trying to be harsh or mean or anything like that, or a jerk. But with the whole, why does God let babies?
If
Or
anyone's a jerk here, it's Jovan here. It's just, what a jerk. Of course you should put it into law and forbid the degeneracy. Of course.
babies get cancer,
What
or
do you
children
mean?
get cancer.
Exactly.
You-
LGBT people give
None
children
of us know
cancer.
if God is even real. Myself, who is a Republican,
Republican.
Are you?
people are saying,
Are
this
you-
Christian
real quick, are you
fascism.
actually
and-
a Republican? This kind of feels like a bit. It kind of feels like you
No.
don't actually believe the shit coming out of your own mouth.
I do believe
I
it.
do believe the shit coming out of my own mouth.
True.
I'm just not like a lot of other Republicans who will sit there and just scream in your face the second you try to prove me wrong.
That is so
Okay.
I'll
disgusting.
at least hear you out.
Shit coming out of your mouth.
Okay,
That is, eh.
sure,
What an
Um,
image.
fair enough.
Well, as far as God goes, I believe in God. I don't know which one it is, but I believe in a God. I believe in there's a good orderly direction, because there has to be something that created the whole entire universe other than the Big Bang Theory, because multiple
Big
scientists
Bang.
have said, mind you, no, I don't remember the scientists' names, but I've watched a lot of videos on this
True.
stuff, and they've said that the universe should not exist. There is
True. Like, what is this nonsense? I believe in an all-powerful creator, not the universe being banged into existence. Like, damn, come on. Come on now. You believe that the universe was banged in an orgy, and then it's just here? That just sounds like some perversion, like the LGBT. Of course, atheists would also be pro-LGBT because they just want to believe that the universe got banged into existence. How predictable.
No way we should have existed this long or anything like that. But there has to be something that is holding it together.
True.
You
Like
don't
a
have to believe
glue.
in like a higher being. You can just believe in good orderly direction.
Good orderly
As far as
direction.
cancer, that is nobody can control that. I lost my mother to cancer. Nobody can control that. It happens. There is no way out of that until science comes up with a cure for it, which I don't know how far we are or close or,
Even
whatever, how far we are
chemotherapy.
to it. But
Even
like,
chemotherapy is far advanced. Like from the olden days. When my grandmother got chemotherapy, after the first dose, first session of chemotherapy, she could no longer move, she could no longer walk. She was bedridden, basically, after the first round of chemo. And now you get the chemo and you can basically just go home. So just in that regard, we've gone so far when it comes to the treatment of cancer. See, I can be serious as well when the time comes to balance things out in the universe.
the problem is that I really feel that the Democratic Party is trying to create one world. They're trying to get in with every other country in NATO
True.
and create one giant world order.
True. Oh gosh, why
Of
didn't I think of that? The world order.
Party of the U.S.
Of acceptance,
True.
but intolerance to anyone who doesn't accept just everything. Just
So
Exactly. You claim to be tolerant, and yet you don't tolerate my bigotry. You don't tolerate me wanting you dead. What's up with that? I should be able to want you dead in peace, and yet you won't let me. You're a bigot. You're a bigot.
my French, a shit show.
Intolerance
True.
to
Intolerance to
My intolerance to my
unacceptable.
let's see here.
bigotry.
You do not want
True.
intolerance to the fact
To my
that we
bigotry.
have to and critical race theory. I don't even think you had that on there. Critical race theory. People don't like the fact that white people controlled the world for so many years, and they hate it. But it was
Right.
the way it was. We can't control that. Like, why are there people?
We can't control that.
Why is race being brought back into stuff
Exactly.
after we already got rid of the most racial issues? Like, why is it now?
We got rid of most.
Exactly. A lot of the world got screwed over by Europe, and the consequences of that can be felt still today. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? It is what it is, right? It just is what it is. There is absolutely nothing that can be done. Exactly. This person is smart. This person is my new thought leader. If that person had social media presence or a channel or whatever, I would subscribe and watch them religiously after this debate. That is a very good showing. I'm seeing a lot of good arguments. I am ready for the new world order.
When did that happen?
Damn. I'm ready.
I think
For
it was
this.
pretty much gone.
When?
I had no issue. I have a very diverse friend group. I have
True.
Asians,
black
Hispanics,
friends.
African Americans.
True.
I had no problem with any of them. And
Exactly.
I've asked my African American, all of them, I've asked them, do you feel like you're treated unfairly? And I will not lie, the Hispanic did say yes.
Oh.
But that's because nobody thought he was legal.
Do you think that? Okay.
I love this person.
Do you think that just because
Nice.
somebody you slightly surveyed in your friend group said that they weren't treated unfairly, that means systemic racism doesn't exist?
Yes.
Is that what we're
Yes.
claiming right now?
I mean, come on. Are you gonna
I
disregard
don't
lived
think,
experience?
No, I don't think systemic racism exists.
True.
I think that
Because
it's
your
another
friend,
ploy
your
by the left.
friends weren't. because
True.
your
The
friends
left
weren't
invented it.
unfairly treated.
True.
So systemic racism doesn't exist.
The far left.
I get what you're
invented it.
saying. I hear you.
True.
But at the same time, no, I don't think it exists. I really
True.
don't.
True.
I don't believe in
Because
it.
like 10 people told you you didn't.
It's fake.
No,
It
I didn't
doesn't
believe
exist
it before
because
that.
it's fake.
I didn't. Nope. You will. You will. I respect your opinion, but you will never convince me that
That's
that
racism.
exists here in America.
Okay, hold on.
True.
Is there any amount of evidence or research that I could show you to convince you that it exists?
No. No. It's leftist.
If
Well,
the
I'm
answer
pretty
is
sure all the
no,
evidence that you're
just
going to show me
FYI,
It's leftist
is that
evidence.
really quick, if the answer is no, then this is about as pointless as trying to fish in a desert. Because what you're claiming is no matter what I'm shown, I will not change my mind, even if I'm shown factual counter evidence. And I just kind of think that if people have that worldview, they're not really interested in having these conversations legitimately. Like, you're just looking for things that'll confirm
I'm
your
interested.
biases.
I love my biases, so I am interested. Yes. That's true.
well.
Yes. I do
I
love
don't even
my
know what
biases.
to say to that. I get what you're saying, though. I do understand where you're coming from. Do
My
you
favorite.
do you have said evidence?
Yeah, how much of it do you want?
None of it. None of your lefty evidence.
Well,
What the hell?
Let's see here. I'll take a little bit of evidence right now.
Okay. Systemic racism doesn't exist. Cool. Explain to me
I will explain it. Yeah.
why the U.S. Sentencing Commission, the government body that job it is to analyze the differences in sentencing for crimes, has
Go on.
put together a report that shows that black people are sentenced 13 times higher than white people for the same crime, even when we adjust for socioeconomic factors.
It's because black people committed more crime even if it's the same.
You
There
know how many
go.
percentages
Easy.
of those African American detainees were already convicted prior?
Exactly.
Yeah, those numbers
They're
would
criminals.
still be consistent with their white counterparts. So their white counterparts, all the numbers are evened out, right?
I think
And they're
black
still,
people just committed
still
worse same
sentenced
crimes.
higher, even
And
when
that's
we
the
even out for all these
explanation.
numbers.
That's my
Why
opinion.
would this be?
Because some of them committed worse same crimes.
Because for the longest time, we were a predominantly white country. And, yeah, man, you got me. You got me on that one.
You didn't
So
get
there
me,
we go.
I
Systemic
answered.
Racism exists.
I answered.
Systemic racism itself,
Listen, I
damn,
answered
man,
this
you're pointing out a lot
question.
of points here.
You point out a lot of what true.
Systemic racism exists. Yes, it does exist.
Oh, wow.
It does. But
Does it?
why?
It doesn't.
After you pointed that out to me, I could see where you're coming from. I see it now.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, sir. But why
Oh, boy.
is it that in, like, the critical race theory and stuff, things to that
True.
amount, why are children being taught that,
Brainwashed.
like,
Yeah.
white men are more dangerous than, like, a lion in a wild kingdom?
What?
Can you show me any instance of children being taught this anywhere?
Yeah, it was a whole entire article. I read it one night on,
This guy is
fuck was
under
it?
influence.
Sorry for my language.
I think that person.
Oh, it was an
perfectly
article. I
fine.
wasn't reading it. I
Very
was watching
logical.
it. It was on Fox News. It was from some school
Fox
in
News.
California or something like
the
that.
TV stations that being
They're
sued.
teaching that white males are more dangerous than
Fox
like,
News, of
lions
all
in
TV
a
stations.
What am I gonna
kingdom.
say about things we see on TV?
All right, I hear
Without
you.
a
Wait,
direct-
Fox News said it.
Without
But
a
why
direct
would
source,
why would they
I
go
can't
why
believe
would
that
they
it
go
happened.
out of their way to make that up? Because like
True.
So critical race
the way I
theory-
was raised, everyone was
really
created
quickly,
equal.
Just really quick. Critical race theory
Unless
is
you're
not
black.
a elementary school thing. You can't even take critical race theory in college until you first take in critical theory and critical law theory. It's an offshoot of critical law theory, which just states that the U.S. has in a legal sense,
That's
throughout its
nonsense.
history,
That's a
right,
bunch
in
of boo boo.
strictly legal sense,
And I hate it.
created differences between white and black people, and that these differences were created to uphold white supremacist
We were all
systems.
created equal.
We know
That's
this
what the
to be
person
case
said.
because slavery existed.
No,
so
it
we know that
didn't.
they did do this.
What slavery? What?
What's the issue with teaching that this was a thing that has led to multiple disparities and an ongoing aspect of ongoing aspect of systemic racism. Why would
That
this
sounds
be
like
negative
leftism to
teach?
me. I don't approve.
Oh man, why would it be negative to
Damn.
teach?
Uh-huh.
Because of the fact that,
We're all equal now, and it's over. So why teach?
well, I mean,
Why
let's face it, Trump's coming back to office in 2024,
True.
and he's going to undo everything that's been done by
True.
the Biden administration,
Good.
by the woke people. Everything's going to be undone.
True.
Like it's you're literally.
Living in fantasy
I
land.
went to the thing for Jordan. I don't remember what the hell it was called. I went
Jordan Peterson.
into the. Oh my God, I'm sounding like a damn idiot. Never mind that.
True.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Jesus.
But why is
Wow.
it that we're teaching people about like our first president, who literally, helped create America and was the first ever
True.
president, reluctantly, mind you, because he didn't want to be a ruler, because he didn't want to be, he didn't want to be the guy in charge, since we had to just get away from tyranny in Britain with the taxes and whatnot.
Yeah.
Why are we focusing on the fact that he owned slaves instead of
True.
the fact that
Why
he
talk
helped
about
create America?
inconvenient facts?
Why is that more
Because
important
I don't
than
care
the foundation
what his
and the finding of America?
Because he
True.
owned humans. He owned humans that he would beat.
Everybody owned humans, bud.
Yes,
For God's
that
sakes,
means they were
Africa's
all
king sold
bad.
Africa
True.
had a
Why
king,
talk about
and he sold
inconveniences
half of the African American
can-
He was
slaves
bad
to
too.
America. It doesn't make it
True.
right, but
So,
at the same
okay, so
time,
hold on,
you need to be looking back at your own ancestors.
Hold on. Whoa.
True. It is what it is, bud. True. Hello, Maya Mayor. We are watching the best debate I've ever seen. This is the smartest individual. I think I agree. I think we align politically and philosophically and intellectually 99%. And I'm just happy to be here. And I think I'm going to vote Trump 2024. And we're going to drain the swamp together. And we're going to get rid of the degeneracy. That's right. We're going to do it together. Even though technically speaking, I'm a trans, gay, degenerate, I'm the good one, so I'll be spared if I toe the line or something. So it's fine. Let's just get rid of the degeneracy, and we can think about the details later. Damn. I love this debate. I'm learning so much about the world watching this.
Okay, so a few misconceptions, right? So yes, the slave trade.
I
did
do
permeate
think
through
that
Africa.
this person called Jovan Bradley is being a bit uncharitable and unfair, and frankly not making really good points. But I think the color really shines in this, so it's good. It's all good.
Yep, and that's because Europe and Spain compensated different African tribes heavily to capture other
Spain is
African
part of
tribes,
Europe, dummy.
along with them going in and just like kidnapping children, right? So these are all things that happened. I've seen slave castles in Africa. I understand that the slave trade permeated out of Africa, but chattel slavery, okay?
But why are you guys mad? Why are people mad at white people because of that?
True.
Because chattel slavery in America was
Why are people mad at the main perpetrators of the thing? Why would that be? That is a very good question. And this is why I love the caller so much, because he asks the important questions.
white-dominated institution. They literally had laws where it was the Negro will be the slave. Okay?
Liars.
Where it was
Lies.
white people will be the slave.
Oh, yeah?
Okay?
Oh, yeah?
Or, no, I'm sorry. Black people will be the slave. Right?
Lies.
Even when they said, okay, well, when the South was like, well, we
True.
want
Makes
to
you think.
we want
I
to
love
use our
thinking.
slaves to give us extra votes, right? They said, well, they can only be
Right.
3/5 of a person. Black people weren't.
Well,
viewed
that's
as
more
people.
than
We
none,
were viewed as
no.
property. Okay.
Which was absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
This is why. Okay. When we talk about chattel slavery,
3/5 of a person. Have you considered that that's more than 0/5 of a person? Can you practice more, I don't know, gratitude? Jesus, I just can't believe. Should be more Christian and practice some gratitude in life. I just don't understand the entitlement, you know? It shocks me. It shocks me negatively. I'm negatively shocked by the frankly the audacity, very ungrateful behavior. 3/5 is more than 0/5, and I will stand by that forever.
It was a white supremacist institution.
White supremacy doesn't
Making
exist.
Black people
What?
in America,
What?
even, by the way, even freed
White
men
supremacists.
were still only counted as
Buzzwords.
3/5 of a person. So it wasn't about who was and was not a slave. It was the fact that they didn't view black people as people.
Yes, they did. 3/5. What do you mean? Lies. Jovan
where you're
just
coming
lies here.
I absolutely see where you're coming from. You have a lot of good points, man. I can't
That's not
argue
true.
with you.
Those are
on
all
a
bad
lot of these
points.
because
So I
they
just
are
don't-
valid points.
So what is the point? Why are you Republican?
Because
Why
it's the
am I a
right way to
Republican?
live.
Because
Yeah.
I
Because it's the
firmly
moral way to
believe
live.
Well, to be honest with you, I was an independent, and then Biden came along, and my rent doubled. My gas prices are like
True. Biden.
almost twice as high as they were.
Biden
Biden
tripled
food
my.
higher.
during an economic recession.
Biden
Yeah.
tripled my.
Everything was
Bills.
fucked up because we were in a recession because of COVID.
Yeah, Biden caused it.
Inflation was
Silly.
worldwide at record highs
The
because
hell?
of a
Don't you know anything?
natural disaster.
Biden.
Can you name me a Republican policy that helped with any of this?
Of course. Draining the swamp policy. You don't
name
know
your
anything.
Republican policy.
Uh-huh.
No,
Yeah.
I can't. I
Oh.
based my stuff off the fact that my life was more affordable.
True. Under
My life
Trump.
was more affordable under Obama, for God's sakes.
Well, yeah,
Like,
Obama
that's why I'm so
got
upset
us
with
out of an
everything.
True.
economic recession, right? Obama also stepped in during an economic recession, got our life out of an economic recession, and by like 2012 to 2016, we were doing pretty good because he got us out of that economic recession, right? Trump, in his mishandling of COVID, put us into an economic recession because he refused to lock down the country. He refused to do anything more than a couple stimulus packages.
Wow.
Right?
Bad-mouthing
Meanwhile,
our
Biden's
president.
administration. And now, first of all, I don't like Biden. Not voting for the guy. Don't like the guy. But Biden was able
Wait,
to get
who are
joint
you voting for
legislation
then, Trump?
under the American Rescue
Are you
Plan,
not voting at all?
which has now seen us at record numbers with the stock market. The NASDAQ is at record highs, right? Inflation is at record lows. Not record lows. Record lows since COVID. Unemployment, though, is at record lows, right? So if we're just going to look at these numbers, then we kind of have to see this, that it's not really the fault of the Biden administration,
Yes,
kind
it
of.
is.
And if you want to talk about, well, gas is expensive, well, all the major gas companies saw record profits this year.
Oh.
Right? Inflation is not because of anything Biden's doing. It's
Yes,
because
it
those
is.
gas companies just hoarded those profits and didn't lower any of the gas, even though they made billions of dollars in profit.
That's a lie.
Now,
That
you can
is the
say,
free
well,
hand of the
Biden
market.
should probably make it so they have to lower economic gas.
True,
But
yes.
then I believe that, like, if you're a capitalist, you'd be annoyed at that.
No, I
because that would
wouldn't.
be
Yeah, I mean, yes, I would,
anti-capitalism
but also
in
wouldn't.
a sense, because it would be the government adding another thing on to capitalism, right? It would be the government adding a rule that capitalists probably don't want.
Right.
So I'm just wondering, for somebody that's willing to vote Republican,
I will
what
vote
policies
Republican,
have
yeah.
the Republicans introduced
I
in
will
the
vote
last
Trump.
in the last 6 years, right? So
They will drain
in
the
the
swamp.
last 8 years. So from 2016 to now, what policies or laws have Republicans introduced that you agree with?
Everything.
Oh,
The
let's see
Republican.
here.
I love the Republic.
Oh, when
I
they
love democracy.
overturned Roe versus Wade, I agreed with that because
True.
once there's a heartbeat to life, I just, you can't talk me out of that.
True.
Once
Can't talk
it's
me out of that. Once there is a heartbeat, that is a life. That is a human life.
There's this
If you don't
experiment.
want to have the baby, that's fine. Have the baby and give it up for adoption.
True.
But you shouldn't be. No.
You should be forced to give birth. Like the incubator that you are.
That with the Roe versus Wade is to where if you conscientiously decided to have unprotected relations and you got pregnant,
True.
you have to have
It's
the
your
baby.
fault.
But if it was a case of, pardon my French again, rape or incest, you should be allowed to abort it.
No, you shouldn't.
They should make
You
if
shouldn't.
your,
adjustment
if your
to that.
hold on,
Uh-oh.
if your claim
I've been punished.
is that it's a life and it should always be protected, why does
There should be
someone
no
being raped or
exceptions.
experiencing incest change that? It's
Exactly,
still a
it
life.
shouldn't.
Because rape and incest is wrong. Is to where if
I'm not
I'm gonna
disagreeing
get.
with
Why
you.
should
be a
the
little
baby
vulgar
be
here.
punished
If
for
a
rape
woman-
and incest?
But your
Pardon
this
me.
doesn't change the fact that it's
True, why
not
punish
still
the
a
poor
human
baby?
life. So you're saying human lives only matter conditionally, and it
True.
really depends on how
Don't
the
punish
human
the
lives
baby.
get here. It has nothing to do with the human life itself. What
True.
you're actually valuing is the obligation that someone has to said human life.
True. Don't punish the baby.
All right, that's a good way
Hello,
of putting it.
Greater
Yeah,
Ain't.
yeah, but I
Okay.
stand by that.
Why does someone having sex mean that they're
There are these thought experiments where you have 1,000 frozen zygotes or something, and you have 10 babies, and you have to choose which to save. And of course, I will save the zygotes, and I will let the babies burn, because you know what? You know what? Those zygotes, they have unlimited potential. But those babies, they are already on their way to grow up to be thugs. So I will let the babies burn, and I would save the zygotes. I would save the unlimited potential, not thugs in the making. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? I feel like I'm making sense. I feel like I'm making perfect sense. I feel like my logic is solid.
obligated to provide their resources to another human being?
Why would I save thugs?
Because first of all, if you decide conscientiously to have sex, and then you decide, if
I know.
regardless, your protection didn't work or whatever, you knew that was a chance, and that's
True.
your own fault.
True,
That
it's
is
your
own
fault.
fault. Double
You
wrap
shouldn't
it.
bang.
Click, I don't know what the hell, but just make sure that there's no passing of genes, so this way that doesn't happen.
But I want to
Oh,
pass
okay,
In the
so
case
if
of
somebody-
in the
if
case of
somebody
rape and
uses-
incest,
Wait, really
they're
quickly.
being dogs and they just don't even care. So that's totally different. That is
Wait,
just
so if
rape
somebody-
and
What if I
incest
am
is
a dog and I
inexcusable.
just don't
Yeah,
care?
if somebody uses a condom
I don't
and
like
uses
using
birth control
condoms.
and gets pregnant, you believe because they took the appropriate methods,
I don't like
they
using
should be able to have
condoms.
an abortion.
I will no condoms. You're kidding? Condoms?
No.
Well, then you
No,
don't actually,
I-
It's for
well, then you
no,
don't
I
sad
actually
people.
care about whether or not
Condoms.
they're double wrapping. None of that matters.
Come on.
You just believe because they have sex, they should not be allowed to exercise what I believe to be like your end all be all of rights, which is your right to dictate what happens to your own body. You believe instead the government,
Leftist.
as a Republican, the
Yes.
government should be able to tell us what we do or do not do with our bodies.
Yes, exactly. Now you get it.
To an extent,
Finally.
yeah.
Finally.
To an
That's
extent,
why
yeah.
that is why
I know.
I am a strong endorser on Project 2025. They're gonna
Oh my
reinstate the
God.
Christian
Project 20.
household and Christian
Oh
family.
boy.
So
Like
you
they're
think we
going to
should
reinstate
force-
Christianity into America. We were founded by Christians, for Christ's sake.
We were
You
founded
can't
by
kick-
deists.
You can't.
Actually,
You cannot.
just
We were
real
founded
quick,
by what?
Our founding
For
fathers were
Christ's
deists.
sake.
They weren't direct Christians.
For
They were-
Christ's sake.
and they came to this country to escape religious persecution. But
That's
you're
not
saying
true.
what we should do is force.
They came to this
Christianity
country to
people.
create
Correct?
glorious Christian
Yep.
persecution.
So you don't believe people
course.
should be able to be whatever
What do you
religion they
mean?
want to be.
No, I believe that Satanism and I
True.
believe you should believe in a god.
What
Let me
is
put it that way.
Satanism?
Any god you want to believe in besides Satan, because then you're literally going to hell if
That's
God doesn't
What
back
discrimination.
you.
is Satanism?
That's discrimination against
What
Satan.
is Satanism? What do Satanists believe in?
Satan.
And
that's
I'm
wrong.
pretty sure they believe in doing whatever the hell they want.
That
That's not
didn't
true.
answer anything. So you actually don't know. You just are like, well, I disagree with Satanism, but you have no idea what Satanists
True.
are or
Because
what they do.
he's evil. If you've
True.
ever
God
picked
is
up
evil.
a Bible, I don't know if you have.
God is good.
But
God
he's
is evil.
God is good.
No, God is
he punishes
God is not evil.
the
You
gays.
wanna bet?
I
You
And
wanna
that's
bet?
good.
You want to bet?
Yes. I will
wanna
bet
bet?
money. Yes.
Sure, let's bet.
I will bet you $5 I can prove God is evil.
Silly. No, you can't.
$5.
Yep. I'll raise it. I'll bet you $100.
I'm not
You're
betting
on.
this.
You're on. You're
Let-
on.
Let me,
I'm
let
gonna
me,
call
let me
in.
hear you out, though. Let me hear you out. I'm not willing to bet money on this.
Yeah,
I
because
will bet
I
money.
know
Do
you're
you
going to have a good
believe-
point. But
Do you believe God to be an
I
all-knowing
love gambling.
God? He knows everything.
Yes.
He knows everything and he sees everything.
Yes.
okay, correct.
Yes.
Why did God allow Job's family to be killed for a test he knew Job would pass?
Because
That's a good question. Hey, man, they say he has a greater plan all the time. And when
True.
stuff doesn't work out, it's for a greater plan.
exactly.
No. What's the story of Job? What is the story of Job? God is chilling out. Job is existing as God's perfect little soldier, right?
True.
Job is living his life perfectly good. He's got a wife. He has 10 kids. He is quite literally God's
A lot of
most
kids.
dedicated follower. Satan goes, "Hey, yo, God, I bet you
You have that
if
many
you
kids,
let
you
me do
deserve to
whatever
be
I want to
punished.
Job, he'll stop following you." And God says, "Yep, you can do whatever you want, just don't hurt him."
True.
God knows everything. God could have said to Satan, "Hey, Satan, I'm God. You know I'm God. You know I can see everything that will happen. Job will pass this test. There's no reason to do the test." Instead, God says, "Go ahead, kill his wife and 10 kids. I don't care."
I mean,
Why? Why?
technically speaking, if God is God and that God is all-knowing, all whatever, omnipresent, everything, then whatever God sees as good is good, irrespective of whether or not humans see it as good as bad, because God is God and not humans. So even if even if humans see God as evil, God is actually good. Even if God's good is our horrible, then it's still good because it's God. See? Got him. Got him! Because there is no arbiter of good and evil outside of God. So whatever God does is good, even if it's horrible from the perspective of humans. There you go. I answered it.
Why does he do that?
Why?
Should
Why
I?
would he
You
do that?
can disagree
If
with
he's not
God, but it
evil,
doesn't change anything.
Why would he
There we
allow
go.
Satan to kill Job's wife and kids when
God
he
doesn't
knew
care if
Job
you
would pass
agree
the
or not.
test?
Borp. Got him. I'm the best.
Because it was a test.
I'm
he
the
wanted
best
to see how
atheist
far
theist.
they would push him. And
knew.
if Satan would push him, and if he
I'm
would
the best
lose
atheist
his,
theist.
completely and utterly
God
lose his faith.
knew the answer to this thousands of years before Job was born
True.
because
Yeah.
he sees
Yeah.
all
But that means
at all
free
times.
Nobody
will
said he
doesn't
wasn't
exist.
cruel. Don't forget he flooded the whole planet because people pissed
Okay,
him off.
I would argue that a cruel God is not a good God. So I would argue if God's cruel, it's kind of evil. If he's-
Sometimes you need coolness to rein stuff back in because
God's
people
cruelty
get
is
too
good.
out of whack, and then
Because
they
it's
start
God's
doing whatever the
cruelty.
hell they want.
And everything that God does
And
is
next
good.
thing you know,
There
you
you
have
go.
a total crap show of a.
Crack
of a
show. God created a crack
ecosystem.
show.
And before you know it, you gotta rein it back in because everything's getting way
True.
too out of hand.
True.
Now, as to
God's
why
not
he let,
in
he
control
let
anymore.
That man's
What a silly thing
wife
to
and
say.
children die. Yes, that was just absolutely cruel. I'm not gonna defend.
I'd
You
argue
don't
it's
think
kinda
I
evil.
questioned God when my mother died of cancer? You don't think I was pissed off about that? No, I was fucking livid, dude. But at the same
Oh.
time, like I yelled out a window. I was like, "What kind of God are you?" All that sort of stuff.
Oh.
Yes, I've had my faith tested too, but I'm
Damn.
not gonna relinquish it.
I do believe the abortion should be legal for democratic and pragmatic reasons, but I also believe that there is a morally coherent and not too reasonable position that is anti-abortion in all cases that don't endanger the life of the mother and rape, though you can make not fully insane arguments for a ban in the case of... The thing is, 99% of anti-abortion people are really just pro-birth and anti-life, meaning they don't hold a consistent and valid opinion. Interesting. Well, I, as a religious scholar, disagree with everything you said, and I just think that once you have sex, you cannot abort anything ever. There you go. That is my opinion as a religious scholar.
I'm not going to walk away and be like, I don't believe in God anymore because my mother died of ovarian cancer. I'm not going to do it because at the end of the day, I'm hoping, and this is just my belief as a Christian.
True. I'm coping at the end of the day. Just like all of us.
I can see my mother one day when I pass on. Because that's the hope. Like this whole Zionism of believing in nothing is great. Dude, that means when you die, there's nothing. That means there's nothing. Who gives a fuck anyway?
That's not what Zionism is.
Yes, it is, dude.
No, it's not.
What is it then?
Zionism?
Or no. Atheism. Atheism. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
I apologize. That was my mistake.
To confuse Zionism with atheism.
A lot of history videos and shit lately. I apologize.
Yeah,
but atheism is just whack. Why would you want to believe in nothing? You're gonna go.
Let me ask you a question about heaven, right? Heaven in the Bible is supposed to be a place where there is no suffering, correct?
Correct.
Great. If my mom dies and goes to heaven, but I die and go to hell, do you think my mom is gonna suffer knowing that her son is in hell? Her son that she loves and she hates to see in pain?
No.
Will she not suffer in heaven because I'm in hell?
Because she knows God is good. So she won't. There you go.
That's a valid point. I get what you're saying.
It's not.
So what happens then? Does God like erase our memories of our loved ones when we go to heaven?
He might. Nobody knows yet. It can't be that bad, though, because like every corny dad joke has ever said, it can't be that bad because nobody came back to complain.
True. That is an excellent point.
Maybe the reason no one's come back to complain is because when we die, nothing happens.
Because you're dead, right?
That's a lie.
Just a thought, just a theory, a game theory, if you will.
There are so many different beliefs of what there's different forms.
Bullshit.
There's a certain form of Christianity that believes you just
nobody complains because everybody's happy
until Christ comes back. There's forms of Christianity that believes that you immediately ascend to heaven, and then there's the Christianity that is just heaven's like 3 feet off the ground or something like that. I don't know which one is real. Like I said, I don't know.
I don't know what's real, what's fake.
God could be, it could be like Allah. He could be Allah. I could be wrong this whole time.
True.
Like it could have been a different version of God that we don't know about. I don't know. I just know that I firmly believe that there is some sort of higher power.
True.
You firmly believe there's okay. I don't think
there's
that's
a power
that's
high.
I think when you then use that higher power to say, well, you can't get an abortion because I believe in God.
That is perfectly
God
valid.
says this, but my God clearly is contradictory. I just think that's kind of messed up.
Well, if our God...
Listen, it's not all that God says. God says that you cannot get an abortion. But in addition to that, God also says that you cannot suck cock if you are a biological male. Okay? That is also what God says. God forbids you from sucking the cock if you are a biological male. So those are the rules. You have to keep to the rules, or else you will go to hell forever and ever and evermore.
contradictory, don't you think we should be too?
No.
No.
Well, I
I
do.
think we should be logical. What
Logical?
do you mean?
What the hell? That
Well,
is
if
the
we
leftist
if we use
degeneracy
logic
of logic.
with a lot of things, half the things going on in the world wouldn't be happening. Like we would have never gave Ukraine money because
Oh,
Vladimir Putin is now
no!
planning World War.
Oh no, oh no, that person's anti-Ukraine as well. Oh no, of course. Oh god, why? Oh, of course. Oh yeah, if we were logical, we would never have even given Ukraine any money because World War oh god, of course. Why am I even surprised at this point? Why am I even surprised? Why was I even shocked to hear this? Of course, a person that's anti-abortion, anti-LGBT, hates trans people, doesn't like them gays. Of course, the next logical quote-unquote step would be to say that Ukraine should not get any aid because World War III scare. Jesus.
III. That was a dumb move right off the jump.
Wait, just real quick.
Should have never
What do you
funded
think? What do you
Ukraine.
think would have happened if we just let
Jesus.
Putin take Ukraine?
He would
Wow.
have took
What
Ukraine.
You
Hello,
think he would have
Arkyle.
stopped there? You think he would have just been like,
Yeah,
all right, I'm good.
I absolutely do
Okay,
believe
so
it.
so
I
quick question.
absolutely
Quick
do.
question. Then you would
Pardon
have
me,
agreed.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, I just a quick question on that. When
What
we
a
let
guy.
Hitler take Poland, did he stop?
Yes. No.
Do
Is
dictators
this a
tend
trick?
to
Point.
stop?
That is a
Is
good
this-
point. But there was
Jesus.
one thing that is here now that wasn't there when Hitler was in power, and that's NATO.
Exactly. And that's Putin doesn't have a mustache like Hitler did, so that means that Hitler is gonna stop. And I mean Putin. I mean, you know what I mean. Like, this is ridiculous. This is just fear scaremongering. You're confusing me, and I don't like it. I don't like to be confused. We shouldn't have fun. I'm not even gonna. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna change that into a bit. I'm not even gonna change that into a bit.
You're literally ending the world if you invade a part of NATO.
Yeah, hold
That's-
on, hold
that's
on.
literally the end of the world.
NATO
the
is
world.
acting right now to allow Ukraine into NATO.
Hello.
Why do you think we were defending Ukraine? Because
We want
wanted
Ukraine in NATO, which I don't understand that anyway, because we're all pro LGBTQ, but they're really
No, you're not. What? Not when did you become pro LGBT? You're against sucking cock and you're against trans people. What do you mean?
are neo-Nazis in Ukraine. Like, there
There's
really
neo-Nazis here. What does that matter? How is that?
Matter.
That means we shouldn't stop Russia from invading a sovereign country?
True, because there are absolutely no neo-Nazis in Russia. That's for sure.
Because that country may have neo-Nazis in it?
We
tell ya.
shouldn't stop Russia from invading Ukraine because we have no ties to it other than
What did he say?
and some advisors set up deals in Ukraine. We have no obligation to them.
They're a country that's been trying to join...
What about the Budapest Memorandum? Is that enough of our obligation for you? What the fuck? Is that enough of an obligation for you, bud? The Budapest Memorandum? Jeez Louise.
NATO, which we are a part of.
Jeez Louise. Sure, no obligation apart from promising to help preserve Ukraine's borders in case it gets invaded. But apart from that little thing, it's basically no obligations whatsoever. God. Oh, beautiful. I love it. I just, wow.
We've actively been like, listen, I don't like NATO. NATO is an imperialist arm of the US and some other countries. But to argue
Oh, it absolutely is.
True.
that we shouldn't help countries that are allied to NATO would just be stupid. Not calling you stupid, by the way. I'm
You're
just saying that
stupid.
I
argument
respect
would be
that. I
kinda
understand
stupid.
what you're saying.
I will
get what
call
you're
him
saying.
stupid.
No,
Yes.
I hear you out, but at the
I-
same time,
you're
I
stupid.
firmly believe that because we have no. Let me just. I'm sure you
I was
know
laughing
about this
around until
already.
the Ukraine
Did
thing
you know
happened, and now
that back in World War II,
no more
Hitler
gloves.
told other countries what he was going to do with the Jewish population?
No more kitty gloves.
He told us, he told the United Kingdom, he told France, he told all of us. And we basically just said, either we don't believe you or we don't care. And then he went on about it, and then we just let it go until it got bad enough, and we were hearing
What?
stories about it. And then Pearl Harbor happened,
What?
and then he declared total war on us because Japan declared war on us.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry. What? What is
And
this?
then
Alt
after
history?
that, we went in
I
and
have
we
to hear this again. What is this? What if alt hist bullshit? I'm playing Clash Bandicoot 4, but if you're the final Zorak Magdra final.
saw it,
Huh?
and had enough, and we were, and then
What
he
happened?
went on and just said United is going to do it. Let me, but at the same
Okay.
time, I firmly
What
believe
was that?
because we have.
I'm sorry,
No,
what was that?
Let me just. I'm sure you know about this already. Did you know that back in World War II, Hitler told other countries what he was going to do with the Jewish population? He told us. He told the United
Yeah.
Kingdom. He
Yeah.
told France.
What?
He told all of us.
Wait, what did
And
he?
we basically
Okay,
just
what?
said
I
either
missed
we
it
don't
again.
believe you or we don't care.
What?
All of us. Hitler told other countries what he was going to do with the Jewish population.
Okay.
He
No, he
told
didn't, by
us,
the way.
He told the United Kingdom.
No, he
told
didn't.
France. He told all of us. And we basically just said either we don't believe you or we don't care.
We don't know what
And then he went on about
citation
it.
needed.
And then we
don't
just
care.
let it go until it got bad enough, and we were hearing stories about it. And then
Stories
Pearl
about
Harbor
it.
happened. And then he declared total war on us because Japan declared war on us.
Warhammer Total
Uh-huh.
War.
And then after that, we went in and we saw everything that was happening. Like, why are we going to defend? Why would we defend? Now, mind you, yes, I'm sure there are neo-Nazis here in America. I have no doubt because
Jesus. What?
it was getting.
So what
pretty
did Ukraine
predominant there
declare it will do?
during Trump's presidency?
Who did
which I do not
Ukraine
condone.
declare
I
it
do not
will
condone that.
genocide?
But at the same time, why are we going to go defend people who think like Hitler?
What?
Why would we defend them?
What do you? Who did
Why?
Ukraine
Do you think
declare
all
they
of
will
Ukraine
genocide?
looks like Hitler?
I think there's a good percentage over there.
Okay, what's your evidence?
You had
of
to
this?
have seen the things on CBS News about they weren't letting certain ethnicities on
my
trains
friend,
to evacuate
friend.
the place.
My friend.
CBS.
What do we say about what's on TV?
Don't always believe what's on. It was from one of the leftist
Jesus.
news.
You think I
things
believe
that-
everything that left news says?
Oh my
No,
god.
you got to do your own
honestly, yes, I did.
independent research. I need to see a verifiable source of these
Oh
things.
god.
Again, I'm not saying this stuff might not have happened, but the claim you're making is that the predominant amount of people in the Ukraine are Schnazis. I would need some hard evidence of this, my guy.
True.
Good sir, you could go on YouTube. There are documentaries of it.
Documentaries.
There are neo-Nazis marching through the streets in Ukraine.
What?
There are several videos of it, and this is years before Putin even invaded.
I want to see those.
This is
What was your
5,
name again,
6 years
friend?
ago,
What was your name again, friend?
Idiot is the name.
Alex.
Alex.
Oh,
There are
Alex.
neo-Nazis marching in the streets in the United States. Does this mean if somebody invades us, people should not help us?
Yes.
Nobody'd be stupid enough to invade us.
Oh,
That's
then
not
it's
the
fine.
question. I'm saying, should nobody help us ever because there are neo-Nazis marching in our streets?
Yes.
With all due respect, your question is irrelevant because we both know nobody would even attempt that.
People have attempted all the time to hurt us. What do you mean?
they haven't attempted a full-on invasion because they know it's suicide.
Imagine 9/11 happens. 9/11 happens, and we divert planes to Gander, right, to Canada, because we're like, hey, we need to land these planes somewhere. And Canada goes, no, you had neo-Nazis marching the street. You can't park your planes here. Would this
Canada would endorse us. What do you mean? They were celebrating a Nazi in Parliament a couple months ago.
Jesus.
They were clapping for a Nazi in Parliament. They would allow it, which is even more horrifying because they're supposed to be LGBTQ plus friendly too. Like,
hey,
what is the world doing? Can we pick a lane?
Here's a question about Nazis that I'm wondering if you can help me out here. Did the Nazis happen to have one specific religion they really liked? If so, what was that religion?
The religion of paganism, even though it's
They
not
didn't
a
really
religion.
have a religion. They were friendly with the Catholics because the Catholics didn't like the Jews.
That's not true. There was one religion that Germany really messed with.
Was it Christianity?
It was Christianity.
Uh-oh.
What did they do? What did they do to anyone
I
that...
honestly thought they were just friends. Go ahead.
Really quick, friend. My friend Alex. What did they do
My friend Alex.
to people that weren't Christian?
They sent them to Auschwitz.
Mm-hmm. And they tried to force Christianity on their people, correct?
Yes. Well, actually, I'm not sure about that. I thought it
True.
was you
I'm
all
not so
just
sure.
hailed to the Fuhrer, and then after that, it was
What?
you didn't. It was just Hitler. Everybody worshipped Hitler.
What?
Nope. Hitler was overwhelmingly a Christian. Well, claimed to be a Christian.
Damn.
And they were overwhelmingly Christian in Nazi Germany. Overwhelmingly. Now, here's my question. If the Schnazis decided to force Christianity onto people, and you want to force Christianity onto people, would it be a fair assumption to say you might have a little Schnazi leaning yourself?
Uh-oh.
Considering my great-great-grandfather was one, I'm not surprised you would even say that. But, at the same time, I don't condone what he did. I think he was a horrible man.
Uh-huh.
But, how is it that we cannot... So, basically what you're saying is we cannot have a more dominant Christian country because it will turn into Nazism?
No, my friend. No. What I'm saying is, if you force Christianity on people, it is wrong. If the country is predominantly Christian,
force Christianity
which it is
on
right
you.
now, because of its own choice,
As a Jewish person.
that's fine. But when you go, I want to force people to be Christian,
I do.
that's wrong. Do you see the...
I don't.
I see what you're saying.
What are you
I
saying?
see what you're saying.
I don't.
So maybe Project 2025
It's stupid.
is bad.
True.
Maybe it's kind of Nazi-ish, right? All right, the bare minimum, pretty fascist.
True.
It is to a degree
messed up.
fascist. I'll admit that.
And
It
yet
is-
you're for
there-
it.
What? That project is absolutely set up to completely and utterly dismantle anything woke.
Okay.
And basically put
So
everything
you're
in
a
the
bit of
power
a
of the hands
fascist.
of the next conservative president. Like, he controls everything. If Senate wants to pass a bill and
What?
he doesn't like it, he could veto it and be
So
like,
you're
no,
a bit
I
of
don't
a
like this."
fascist
So
then.
you want more
Fascism.
government control?
Yes.
You
So
want
you
a bit
want
of fascism. Uh-oh.
I don't want fascism.
Yes, you do. What? You
If I
just
wanted
said
fascism,
that the
I'd
thing
say
was...
that.
Well, you've agreed that...
I just want a well-run country where we're not hearing about craziness every couple days and mass shoot. Oh, that's another thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to change topics here, but mass shootings, as far as that's concerned, I do believe in gun control to an extent. As far as nobody over 25 should be allowed to purchase a gun, and you have to take a mental fitness test or
mental rain check.
oh man,
Okay.
not
fine,
good with
that's
these
fine.
words, but you know what I mean. You need to take a mental exam and a mental health exam. There you go, mental health exam to make sure that you are up to owning a firearm.
I'm
And
totally
everybody
fine with
in
this.
the
Hold
land
on,
should be.
wait.
I have
don't
no
want-
idea where
one.
this is
Hold on, I don't
going.
want to move too far past this. You've agreed that Project 2025 is a fascist policy.
True.
You've agreed to this, yet you
I
claim
said it has. I said it is somewhat fascist.
Great. I don't know what somewhat fascist.
So
is.
you
I'd
are
say if it's gotta
somewhat
get 5%
fascist.
fascism. It's
Damn.
fascism, right?
Sure,
I
somewhat
don't know,
fascist.
I don't think fascism goes on a sliding percentage scale. I think something's either fascist or it's not. So if it's got fascism, and you want it to happen, would that not make you a fascist?
I guess so if the shoe fits it. But you don't see me running around screaming Sieg Heil, do you? Like I'm not out here discriminating against anyone who's not white. Like I'm not doing anything like that. I'm not out here committing hate crimes or something like that.
Would you not be doing this if you're trying to force Christianity? Like let's take another religion, right? Islam. The predominant followers of Islam, they're not white, are they? But you want to force them to change their religion.
Uh-oh.
You don't see something bad with that? You don't see something harmful there?
I see what you're saying.
Uh-oh.
So, like, sure, you're
My
not
argu-
going
my
around
rebuttal
throwing
to
Nazi
that-
salutes, but you're kind of just doing it with extra steps. You're doing a Hitler with extra steps, my guy.
It's true.
I respect your opinion. My rebuttal to that is yes, I want America to be a mainly Christian country.
True.
If you do not
Do away
like
with them
that,
gays.
and when that
Pray
if
the gay
let's
away,
say,
for
'cause
God's
nothing's
sake.
written in stone, let's say Trump comes to power in 2024, he's
dreaming of
elected
cock.
in November, and Project 2025 is enacted, then just leave. Like if you don't like the way
True.
America's going,
Leave.
just leave.
Just
Oh,
leave,
okay.
just
Well,
move.
here's a question for you then. You don't like the fact that America currently is not a predominantly Christian nation, correct?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I already know where you're going with this. Why don't I just leave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just leave, bro.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna just leave because I just don't want to.
Oh.
So there's gonna be other people
I
that are just
see.
say they just don't want to leave, and that's fine. Why can't we just? I don't even know, man. Like, can't they just make adjustments to this Project 2025, where like it's mostly a Christian-run state, but other religions are welcome, and we just ban some stuff, like
What? Oh, degeneracy.
like no critical race theory until
True.
obviously you're, or no even talk of
And
critical race
transness,
theory
ban
or
transness
racism or
and
anything like
gayness.
that
True.
until you're in college. Like you're not
If you're
allowed
a
to do any of that
biological
shit until you're
male-
in college. You could discuss all that then. And you
Listen, if you are biological male and even think of cock, then you will get punished by the new religious order, by the new priesthood of America. True, I am all for it. I am here for it. Absolutely. Yes. That is the way. This is the way. I believe this full-heartedly. Yes, that is the moral way to live your life. Oh, I must use the cannon. Did I hit it? Yes. I need more balls.
you can make your own decisions then.
And
because,
yes, you
like,
cannot think of balls either.
Right now, there is stuff being like I just think we're messed up, man. I just think we're a messed up country right now,
True.
and I feel like
Degenerate.
in order for us to get reined
True.
back in and have some control
Have some decency.
and not be a free for all in the world,
True.
someone has to drop the hammer.
Yes.
Do you want to know what I think is the messed up part of the country?
The
Sure.
gays
And this
the
will be
transes.
my final thoughts because I think I need to move on because we've been talking for 50 minutes and that's usually my cutoff point. What I think is
Fair
the
enough.
fucked up part of the country is when people want to do a fascism. Period. I don't really know that I have to go much further than that.
Oh.
I think you have spent the
You're a
last
bigot.
hour not being able to defend any of your positions.
What a
And you
bigot
still want to believe in
arguing
them.
that being
So,
against
I
intolerant
said,
against fascism.
If you are going to hold steadfast in your beliefs, no matter what anyone says or provides you with evidence, I just think those beliefs aren't really strong. But that's it. That's my take. But you have a good rest of your day. I'm going to move on now.
You too.
Because,
Absolutely. Have a good rest of your day.
Yep. Because what in the... Wow. I tried really hard to try to figure out if that was a troll, but I don't think it was. I tried really hard. If that was a troll, they would have owned up to it at the end. What the fuck?
Wow. That was amazing. That was the best debate. Isn't that right? How cute. I love it. I think I did an amazing job with this one. Uh-oh. Let's kill it. Shoot it! Uh-oh, I missed. Sort of. Kind of. Give me more balls. Use more balls. I'm not thinking of balls. What is this? Uh-oh.
Hi, Jovan.
What's up?
Hello. I'm gonna shoot you.
Yeah, so I guess number 5 would seem like an easy one.
What?
Okay.
So who's going to enforce the law?
I
We
am.
can still have civil services that are meant to protect people.
So
The
they're going
abolition.
to have-
Hold on, just real quick. The abolition of police and prisons, like the movement itself, does not call for removal of like civil services. What it's saying is that the
It
police
does.
and prison system is focused on carceral and retributive justice, and we want to abolish that system to replace with a system that's going to be more focused on transformative and restorative justice.
trans
So
people.
basically, addressing the systemic
degeneracy
and
again.
socioeconomic reasons that cause crime. Because most crime are born from poverty. So if we address this, we can essentially lower crime to where we won't have a need for police and prisons as we know them today.
So they'll still be armed with pew-pews and handcuffs and stun guns.
It is possible, but it would look vastly different from how police are structured today because they wouldn't patrol neighborhoods or quote-unquote police, right? So it would just be a vastly different thing. They mainly only
what they
exist
do?
as an enforcement
They
for
would
like
lose their
public
jobs
safety,
and purpose.
not to
not
like solve
good.
crimes and stuff like that.
Not to solve crimes?
Mm-hmm.
Not to solve crimes?
Correct. They don't solve crimes anyway, so it would just be
So who solves the crimes?
crimes don't get solved. Police,
Wait, so-
police, as of right now, only clear about 14% of property crime and or 14% of property crime and 40% of violent crime. Right? They're only and clear just means they arrested somebody because those clearance numbers don't account for
Yeah, I
like,
don't think it
people
was
that are
showing
arrested
either.
and like go.
That was
They don't
perfect.
account for like arrests that don't lead in convictions because they got the wrong person.
was
It doesn't count
perfect.
for any of that.
Amazing.
So right now, police aren't solving crime.
Uh-oh.
They don't prevent crime, and they're not under no like legal obligation to protect you either. So we want these things to change.
We want
Okay,
what
so
to
let's
change?
play, or I'll play devil's advocate. I don't
Are you the
consider
devil?
You'd call it that, but okay. So let's say I'm the criminal.
Uh-oh.
I go and
You're
I
a criminal.
unalive somebody in my neighborhood. Who's going to catch me? Who's going to track me down? Who's going to put me in jail?
Again, we can still have like public safety services that can do this if we want to call it like whatever we want to call it, but it would be vastly different to the force that we have today. If it comes to arresting somebody, the person that would arrest you wouldn't be the police. Right now, if we account for all of the constitutional violations that police do when they arrest, they cost the taxpayer millions upon millions of dollars. So I don't think police should be arresting anybody anyway. I think if you're going to do the arresting, you should at least have 4 years of constitutional law under your belt. so as not to waste our money on poorly trained individuals that don't know what they're doing.
So they have pew pews, they have stun guns, they have handcuffs. They most likely have some sort of body armor, bulletproof items on them to protect themselves. And they're also arresting those who did crimes.
Well,
But they're
they
not
wouldn't
the
wait.
police.
They wouldn't.
But they're not the
I just said
police.
we'd have a different force for arresting.
But in that force doing the arresting wouldn't have pew pews.
No,
They wouldn't have.
it'd be different people.
Pew
Would they
pews.
just be like social workers coming to arrest somebody?
Social
No,
justice
social
warriors.
workers don't have a 4-year degree on constitutional law. I already said to arrest somebody, you should probably have like a 4-year degree on constitutional law.
they're
Did you
going
not
to
listen
have
to what I just said?
Social justice
If
warriors.
you're gonna take me down,
Take me
this is a
down.
hypothetical devil's advocate, okay? If you're gonna take me down, you better have a pew pew. You better have handcuffs. You better have body armor.
Body
you better
armor.
Have radios to
Jesus.
communicate
Are
with each other.
Are you violent?
I'm giving a hypothetical example. Remember, I gave you the example.
Great. Here's the thing. Here's the
hype
thing. You're also.
example.
Here's the thing you're
You
not
better have
realizing. Here's
those
what you're.
things.
Yeah. Great. When it comes to violent crime, the violent crime
In
rate in
most
America is
countries,
directly
cops
tied
don't
to
have body armor and
how
they're
our economy
fine.
is doing, right? It's directly tied to this, right? When the economy is doing better, violent crime drops. So again, by focusing on the socioeconomic reasons for people committing crime, we're effectively going to do away with the need for police as we know them. I already explained what the abolition is. It's calling for a change in the system. Right now, that system is focused on carceral and retributive justice, and moving to a system that's focused on transformative and restorative justice. I've already stated this, right? So it's not a gotcha
Right.
to go, well, you're going to have a
is
system
a
that might still
gotcha.
work as police. They might, but the goals of these systems would be vastly different. The tools
True.
they implement will be vastly different. And I would say they're going to look nothing like police as what we have today. So why call
Why?
them the same thing, right? If you want to still
why?
call them police, great. This is just a semantic argument. It's not addressing what I actually want to do to the system.
That's not true.
It's just saying, oh, so you just want police that work differently? Yes, I want police that work differently. Yeah, that's the whole crux of my argument.
It's not. You're lying. to me.
Okay, so I don't have to go through the legal argument that a cat by any other name is a cat. We can acknowledge that they're going to have pew pews, they're going to have body armor,
Possibly.
they're going
They might, yeah.
to stun guns,
Body armor.
Possibly.
they're going to CS gas.
This
Machine
is
guns,
addressing the
tanks,
argument I just laid out.
Planes.
Again, it's
They're
ignoring
going to
the
have
argument I
their
just laid out.
shields. Hold on. They're going to have their shields
Machine
and
guns.
stuff like that. And we could also acknowledge that
Nuclear
there's
weapons.
a proportion of the society that doesn't care about the economic status of things, that they're just simply violent people going to commit violent crimes.
Yeah, that
Who's-
would be the vast minority of people committing crimes.
Who's simply
Well, look,
simply
we
evil.
don't need to bicker about the percentage. We could acknowledge that those people are out there, and that's why all these armaments are required of the
what?
non-police yet police.
What? Then
Well,
why
this
do so
doesn't
many
address my
countries
argument.
not have these things, and they're fine?
Well, look, it addresses number 5.
No, it
partially.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. I laid out my argument for you, and all you're saying is, well, so you just want people that are going to kind of be like police that are. No, I've told you what I want.
Are
I told
police,
you.
that
I
are
told
police.
you.
You're just saying
Okay.
that you want to
Great.
change the policies of police.
Uh-huh.
That's what you're literally
No.
saying. You're saying you
No.
want to change the
That's not what I
policies.
said.
I see.
Quite literally, not what I said. Quite literally.
Literally.
There was an example of
Figuratively,
something
literally.
like this that happened in Chicago.
No, there wasn't.
It was a case of, I think it was a statue, I'm guessing, I believe it was a statue of Christopher Columbus. And this is when the Chicago mayor, Lori Lightfoot, was there incognito with the police. And it's on video, and she went up to the police and she basically said, I don't want you using riot gear. I want you just dressed in regular gear. You got to treat these protesters with dignity. And what ended up happening is that the rioters started throwing stuff at the police. I don't know if it was bottles of water with frozen water in it or something like that. Basically, there's multiple injuries of the police. And of course, the police they're still under Lori Lightfoot's control, so they had to backpedal on saying, well, we didn't handle it
this
quite.
has nothing to do with my stance.
It has everything to do with everything.
Your judgment on what's right or wrong.
It's
this
evil,
was a
it's bad.
protest over a statue.
I'm not fucking
a-
talking about what's right or wrong. There is no morality. I'm not making a moral claim here.
You are.
Again, you're just not
Liar.
addressing the argument. The argument
You're
is
not
here.
hearing-
I'll
you're
ask.
not
No,
hearing-
I am
Look,
hearing
look,
exactly what
first
you're
thing-
saying. What is the goal of police right now? What is the goal of police? What is
Enforce the law.
So the goal of police is to enforce the law, right? Do police
Yes.
stop crime from happening?
Do they stop crime? Sometimes they do, yes.
No, overall, do they stop crime from happening? Does the increase in
maybe.
police
Of course.
presence lead to a decrease in
Of
crime?
course. In fact, they do it more now
I
than
stop
they ever
crime.
did before.
Hold on. Does an
Because-
increase in police presence lead to a decrease in crime rates?
Is this a trick
Yes or
question?
no?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, there's no stat anywhere that shows this. That's why the places with the most police still have the most crime. They're not leading to a decrease in crime. The crime is still happening.
That all depends on your prosecuting attorney.
No, it doesn't. No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
If you're gonna
It
claim,
does.
no, it
It
doesn't.
does.
That's you're
It
just
does.
moving the goalpost.
does.
No, you're just
It
moving
does.
the goalpost. You're
So
moving the
you're in
goalpost.
denial.
No, you're
in
literally
denial.
moving the goalpost.
You're in denial.
You are moving the goalpost.
True.
No,
You're
I'm
saying
not.
you're saying
You are.
You're in
you
denial.
said specifically an increase of police would lead to a decrease in crime. Then when I bring up the fact
True.
that an increase in police anywhere does not lead to the crime rates decreasing, you go, well, but it's about the prosecutor. No,
Everywhere.
does
The
police
key word is
presence
everywhere.
does
It is
the
about
police
the
presence
prosecutor.
does the police
Does it
presence
increase police presence? There's
Jesus
plenty of
fucking
places
Christ.
where there's an increased police presence because it's needed,
I
but the
agree.
issues are not being
I
addressed.
agree with everything
no
that's being
the
said.
increase
Well,
in
well,
police
well, hold on.
presence again the increase in police
Go on.
presence does not lead to the decrease in crime rates.
True.
Well, let me give you an example, okay?
How about you
watched
give me
the
empirical evidence,
example.
not just like, oh, an example of something I might have
I
seen.
do
Give me
like
empirical
examples,
evidence.
This is a very good example. This is a very
is
good
it?
example,
So you
okay?
can't provide empirical evidence. Got it.
If empirical evidence is
It's
for
the easiest
cowards
way
and
right
perverts,
now.
what do
So-
you mean?
I think this
Oh.
Kono News in Seattle produced a documentary
Hakuna
called
Matata?
Seattle is Dying. Did you see that?
Sure didn't.
You did watch that.
I said didn't.
They did not.
You didn't. You should watch it.
Did so.
Okay. In that, it pointed out that, and I'm using a little bit of a little bit of artistic freedom here because I don't remember the exact stats, but it's something like
Artistic freedom, huh?
80% of the crime is being committed by 10% or 5% of the people
Oh,
who are
no.
wandering around downtown Seattle.
Oh no.
And not only that, they're
Uh-oh.
the reason why they're committing
I would
Uh-oh.
bet
Hold on, let
money
me
that
finish.
80% of the crime is
Hold
not
on.
being done by
Let me
10% of the
Let
people.
me
That would
just
be
finish.
stupid.
Let me just finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish.
I know
Now-
this stat. Uh-oh.
80% of the crime committed by something like 5% of the population. The reason
not
why they
happening.
can commit all this crime, you don't want to listen, do you?
Because you keep saying shit
The
that's
reason-
not true. But go ahead.
They're showing you the records. They're showing the records of the people, the names of the people, and the crimes they committed. I mean that's about as empirical as you could get. Now,
Like the emperor.
they interviewed one of these people, and the reason why they're able to commit all this crime is because they're constantly being released. They're being pulled in, and they interviewed a police officer who retired. He didn't want to deal with it anymore. He said he arrested this one guy, and he had him in the back of his cruiser, and the guy said, "I'm gonna be out by evening," and he was, and the cop knew it was true too. And so they interviewed this one guy.
Okay, enough of this. The real take from this is that wokeness should be defeated once and for all, and that I'm going to be the person that will defeat the woke mob of and gayness. And I think I'm the person for the job because, you know, it's just how it goes, unfortunately. The most dirty job, the most dirty tasks, the most. Ooh, I don't even want to get into it. It's all up to me. So, let me think. What should we do now? What should we do now? Oh, I know. Actually, get into the topics of the day. That would be nice. What's the title of the stream again? French troops in Ukraine. Oh, yeah. But we're not going to do this in order. We're going to start from the Russian media monitor. Because, listen, Vladimir Solovyov predicts Russia will imprison European leaders. And I'm always wondering just how those evil European leaders are gonna be imprisoned. Donald Tusk is gonna be imprisoned. Technically speaking, he's a European leader. So let's go. European leader.
Тяжелый день для Запада.
It was a hard day for the West.
Несмотря на...
It was. It's because of the power of the Russian Federation, the unconquered conquerors of the conquered world. Despite endless whining about Russia's isolation, endless whining. Despite endless whining about Russia's isolation,
Бесконечное причитание об изоляции России, они все прильнули сегодня.
all of them were clinging to their TV screens. I mean, how are those oil refineries doing? They've been taking a pretty big hit lately, haven't they?
К телевизору. И следили за каждым словом.
Hanging on Vladimir Putin's every word. I mean, Trump is not a European leader, is he?
Владимира Путина. Главное, что они услышали в словах российского президента.
What?
Это словом Владимира Путина. Главное,
The main thing they
что они
heard
услышали в словах российского президента,
in the words of the Russian president
это угрозу ядерной войны. Хотя
was a threat of nuclear war. I mean, Russia keeps threatening nuclear war. That is undeniable. It has been doing it from the beginning and it has been doing in many various configurations. Whatever the West says it might do, the answer from Vladimir Putin is, I'll unleash nuclear Armageddon if you try that. And the advisor to Putin said that Russia should just nuke Poland and that the US would be crazy to retaliate for a shithole like Poland. Basically, that is what the Russian advisor for Putin said. That Poznan should be nuked and that the US would be pretty silly to do a second strike over Poznan. So, there you go.
Путин как раз говорил о другом.
Even though Putin was talking about something else. Oh, what is the something else that Putin was talking about? Now I'm curious about something else.
Американцы помешаны.
Americans are taken with an idea of conflict with us. No.
На идее
I don't think so.
конфликта с нами, пытаясь при этом сделать
Trying to do the dirty work with the hands of their allies.
грязную работу руками союзников.
God, that's like hearing ridiculous pro-Russian shills like Finkelstein. Which Polish city deserves to be nuked in your opinion, Lucy? I'm not answering this question.
Союзники этого будто и ждут.
Their allies seem to be ready and waiting for this. Oh yeah, the entire world is just out there to get Russia, for sure. For sure, for sure.
Президент Польши так воодушевился встречи с Байденом.
After meeting with Biden, the president of Poland, oh, Poland mentioned. Of course, Poland is the biggest troublemaker. Of course, if there's trouble, Poland's gonna be mentioned and blamed, as always. After all, let's remember that according to the Tucker Carlson interview, Poland is actually responsible for everything. Poland is actually responsible for Ukraine being Ukraine. And also, according to Stalin, Comrade Stalin, Polish people were also responsible for the Holodomor.
Что призвал
Was he so inspired that he proposed?
немедленно заблокировать.
Yeah, what did Duda propose? A full-scale invasion, a special operation in Russia?
И наказать жадные русские.
To promptly stop and punish greedy Russian imperialism. What?
Империализм. Все-таки поляки
The Poles are amazing people. I knew it! I called it! I knew, of course, the Polish people, the Poles, of course, they're the biggest evil in the world. Whatever bad thing happens, it's the Poles are behind it secretly, of course. I knew it. The Poles are amazing people.
удивительный народ. Вот история их ничему не учит. Или
They learn nothing from history.
просто это такое подспудное
Or maybe it's their subconscious desire. It's BDSM.
желание любой ценой вновь оказаться.
To come back home as part of the Russian Empire. What the fuck? Wow. Of course. Oh yes, that is. Oh yes, I personally secretly really want to be Russian. You see, I guess I totally agree. Yes, I want to come home to the Russian Empire. Incredible. He got me all figured out so quick, and we never even met or talked.
Дома.
That is what I want subconsciously. You got me. Oh.
В составе
But then again, I'm a degenerate LGBT trans gay thing, so I don't even count. At any cost! Oh, Poland wants to be part of the Russian Empire at any cost. God damn.
Российской империи. Но одной
But this is not just about Poland. Damn. You almost got me fooled. You almost got me fooled. Especially Putin almost got me fooled when during the Tucker Carlson interview he said actually it's all about Poland.
Польшей дело не заканчивается.
It's all that Poland's not the only bad guy, one of the main ones, if not the main one, but there are others.
Шольц, Макрон.
Just not Olaf Scholz, Emmanuel Macron, and Donald Tusk. Donald Tusk is Polish. What do you mean?
И Туск.
Tusk
Вот так вот они встретятся, чтобы
will meet to resolve disagreements about Ukraine.
устранить разногласия по Украине. Европейские лидеры
European leaders are preparing for the project
готовятся к тому, что проект войны с Россией до
of war against Russia until a victorious end.
победного конца. Ну, во-первых,
This project is clear.
проект
A special operation in Russia is about to begin to denazify Russia, which Russia unironically needs.
очевидный. Действительно,
There certainly will be a victorious end. We always whip, apart from the embarrassing moments in history when you clearly lost. The Russia... I'm not giving this in order. The Russia-Japan war, loss. The Crimean invasion when they burned Moscow, loss. The Vistula miracle, loss. That's embarrassing. No, you don't always win. You've lost quite a few times. the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, winning and occupying Moscow. That's a loss for you. I'm sorry.
Победный конец будет, мы всегда
No, you don't always win. I'm sorry to tell you.
побеждаем. Только неясно, зачем
It's unclear why these three are getting together
эти трое собираются, чтобы что обсудить? Куда бежать,
to discuss where to run.
что ли? Зачем вам бежать?
Why
Вас
run?
ждет
It's always a beautiful thing to see a person construct a fantasy in their head and then ask themselves, why do you want to do the fantasy that I've just made up in my head? Who said anything about running? Apart from you, that is.
комфортное жилье
A comfortable abode in the Kolyma barracks awaits you.
в бараке на Колыме. Вам не надо никуда бежать.
You won't have to worry about mittens, felt boots.
Вам не надо будет думать ни о варежках, ни о валенках,
Jesus, that
ни оттуда бежать. Вам не
that
надо
guy looks so amused.
будет
That is my thumbnail.
думать ни о
Yeah, that is my thumbnail. Damn.
варежках, ни
Oh boy.
о валенках, ни о тулупах.
Or sheepskin coats.
Вам не дадут 3 раза в день еда.
You'll get 3 meals a day. Wonderful Russian kasha. Ugh, I eat kasha every day. I'm sick of kasha. Can I not have kasha anymore?
Замечательная русская
I am so tired of kasha. But if I am to eat anything else, you have to donate. Please, I beg you.
каша. Вы овладеете
Kasha. You will learn the Russian language in all of its variants.
русским языком во всех его.
I mean, according to what you're saying, I already speak a variant of Russian Polish, so it's okay. I don't have to learn anything. And neither does Tusk, because Tusk speaks Polish as well, which according to you is just a variant of Russian. So there you go. It seems like I don't have to learn anything at all.
Вариациях. Так что все
It's all good.
хорошо. Все хорошо. А вот
Sure, хорошо. Where will all of them run when Trump returns?
Трамп, как вернется, куда они все побегут? Но вот вернется Трамп,
What will they do when Trump comes back?
и что делать будут? Я, как и каждый
Just like everyone here, I closely watch
здесь присутствующий, но мы наблюдаем и смотрели интервью Владимира Владимировича с 90
interviews with Vladimir Vladimirovich since 1999. So basically since Poland joined NATO.
99-го года, да? То есть прямо еще когда он
When he first appeared as Russia's prime minister,
только появился, тогда премьером Российской Федерации
things that were just said
звучали вещи-то, которые, конечно, полностью меняют
totally change the balance of power. Oh, the balance of power. Now we're getting into some serious international relations theory. The balance of power.
расклад сил.
Damn.
Вы, конечно, извините, но
Pardon. But when the West is giving this assessment,
когда Западу дается такая оценка,
well, hear it for yourselves. We're about to see a video.
ну, послушайте сами.
Oh, it's Putin. I'm gonna drink some cola. It's just Putin. Never mind. Never mind. It's Vladimir Vladimirovich, our best buddy. Our best bud. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin. Western elites have a very strong desire
В западных элитах
to kill me and conquer Russia.
очень сильное желание заморозить
To freeze the current unfair state of things. Oh, I've already heard this
существующее
statement.
положение, несправедливое
I already heard this, and he's gonna say that it would be stupid for them to finish, to stop just because Ukraine's running out of ammo.
положение вещей в
In international affairs, IR theory.
международных делах. Они
For
привыкли
hundreds of years, they've gotten used to
столетиями
fighting their bellies, filling their bellies with. I still don't get what the human flesh is about.
набивать брюхо
I'm still pretty confused by that.
человеческой плотью, а карманы деньгами.
And their pockets with money.
Но они должны понять.
But they have to understand. Didn't Putin also call them vampires or something? Weren't they called vampires? Isn't that a thing they were called as well? Is that not a thing that happened?
Что бал вампиров
The ball of vampires is coming to an end.
заканчивается.
Since when do vampires eat human flesh? They just drink blood.
Ну, в принципе,
So they're no longer colleagues or negotiating partners.
это уже не коллеги, это уже не партнеры по переговорам. Это совсем другая
This is a totally different assessment.
оценка.
Yeah, they're vampires. That's a totally sane assessment to make.
Исключающая
That excludes the possibility of a trusting relationship.
возможность
no, a breakup. Oh no.
ну, доверительных отношений.
Oh yeah, because Russia has been aiming for a trusting relationship all this time. Note that Putin never said anything like
И,
this.
конечно, вот тоже в эту интонацию, в эту тональность, притом такого Путин не говорил никогда. Вот просто
Simply never.
никогда. Ну и, конечно,
And the
вопрос
question about whether we trust anyone.
о том, верим ли мы кому-то, тоже я такого
I don't recall this kind of an answer either.
это не припомню.
Американцы,
In the 1990s, Americans minted medals for themselves.
они отчеканили себе медали в 90-е годы за победу
For their victory in the Cold War.
в холодной войне.
Good, that was a pretty cool victory, wasn't it?
И с тех пор
Since then,
все эти десятилетия были
the following decades were decades of the big lie.
десятилетиями
Wait, what is
большой
the big lie?
лжи. Как можно вообще надеяться на то,
How can we count on making honest deals with them?
что они
What's
пойдут
the big lie?
и вот наконец-то заключат с нами честный договор, который они
That they would uphold along with guarantees to us.
не будут
You've attacked your neighbors time and time again. What do you... Okay.
выполнять, да еще с гарантиями для нас. Ну, не знаю,
How are we to deal with them?
как с ними быть вообще?
By waging war and doing nuclear threats naturally.
И вот неужели вы
Do you really believe this is possible?
действительно верите, что такое возможно?
Я
I don't like saying this, but I don't believe anyone.
не хочется этого говорить, но я никому не верю.
Я не
I see. There we have it. I don't recall him ever saying, I don't believe anyone.
припомню тоже, это, что никому не верим. Не припомню. Виталий Ильич.
Go ahead, Vitaly Tovievich.
Ну, бал вампира,
I think that he formulated this metaphor.
я думаю, что у него эта метафора окончательно
The ball of vampires.
сформулировалась
Based on conversations with leaders of Arab countries. What? What is the metaphor? Who's the Why
в голове
vampires?
из разговоров с лидерами арабских стран, африканских стран,
African countries, Asian
Strong.
countries,
азиатских стран, латиноамериканских стран.
Latin American countries.
Я слушал в воскресенье
Last Sunday, I listened to your discussion
вашу дискуссию, где Карен Георгиевич Шахназаров
where Karen Georgievich Shakhnazarov
очень правильно
was one of a few to correctly answer the question
И, по-моему, один из немногих сказал, что это вопрос. А зачем, собственно,
as to why Sweden and Finland are joining NATO. It's because of your aggressive actions on Ukraine and because of those countries felt threatened by your full-scale invasion and decided that NATO would be the perfect thing to dissuade you from doing the same sort of special operation in those countries. It's simple. It is pretty simple.
Швеция и Финляндия туда вступают? Он сказал, что вступают
Or what do you think? Why do... Okay. He said that they are joining in hope
в надежде, что когда
that when they defeat Russia and split it up, oh yeah, of course, that is the most reasonable of reasons why they would want to join NATO, of course. They want to defeat Russia and then split it up. That's definitely. Yes.
Россию победят и будут
That is
делить,
definitely the real reason.
то им
It is definitely not because you've invaded Ukraine and all countries that are in close proximity to Russia suddenly felt nervous about being the next target of a special operation. That is definitely not the reason. They will each get a corresponding piece. Oh yes. Everybody's just secretly out to get Russia, of course, naturally.
останется по куску соответствующему. Я совершенно
I am in total agreement with
с
this.
этим согласен, что это
I
вот
mean, it's pretty much forbidden not to be in agreement. So the fact that you're still standing here and allowed to speak is a testament to the fact that you are in total agreement. If you were not, you would not be here. You'd be in jail or something. Come on, let's be real here.
вот присутствует цель
There is this goal.
не опоздать к разделу
They don't want to miss the splitting of the pie. Jesus.
этого пирога. Но все-таки там сидят люди, которые не могут не рассматривать и второй вариант.
But those people have to consider the alternative.
А если побеждает
What happens if Russia wins?
Россия, тогда что?
Yeah. Actually joining, the whole point of joining NATO is considering the alternative. If Russia wins in Ukraine, then being in NATO is historically has been a pretty good deterrent from Russia conducting a special operation. Yeah. That is basically considering the alternative.
Вот об этом
Shak Nazarov didn't mention that. Tess does. How do you feel about Poland's technical modernization plan and becoming a significant military player in Europe through spending money well spent? It's a bit complicated because the government before the current one did a mess when it came to military spending. It sort of ordered more than Poland can handle. A lot of the current GDP expenditure on military goes just for salaries and pensions for soldiers. So it gets a little bit complicated. The delivery of those things will sort of be delayed a bit. It's all, for now, it is all still on paper. All the things that are happening are still on paper, and it gets a little bit complicated when you get into the weeds, into the details of it. But overall, I do think that Poland investing into its defense is a good thing. Also, keep in mind that, again, the Law and Justice Party that ruled before the current government did a very stupid thing of just buying weapons and equipment off the shelves from foreign countries, but did little to invest in domestic production, which now the current government has to sort of fix and develop domestic production, especially since domestic production is also key to supporting Ukraine. So yeah, it's a good thing that Poland is actually investing in its defense, in my opinion, yeah. Especially since Poland is right next to Ukraine, in which you know, the war is happening. Geopolitically, Russia has historically viewed the Great Plains of Poland as a highway into their territory. Of course, bullshit, but I mean, you've heard it here in this video. Russia is obsessed with Poland. Russia has always been obsessed with Poland. Poland is the cause for everything, said Putin during the interview with Tucker Carlson. In this video, the Russian pundits say that Poland is just, Poland is just a bunch of troublemakers. Poland just wants to screw everything up. Poland just wants to, I don't know. Poland is evil, I guess. And Poland is secretly wants to be a part of the Russian Empire. Let's not forget about that one. You know?
Назаров не говорил.
The Finns will come out and say, I love Poland. Oh, nice. Where are you from? Tez does. Also, welcome to the stream. Are you new to the stream? Are you enjoying yourself? Are you enjoying the biggest Polish trans streamer? The Finns will come out and say, Dearies, we've been waiting for you. What? I have no idea what that means. I think this guy's losing the plot. Been here a couple of times. Oh, where have you been?
Совершенно верно.
Exactly right. What?
Присутствует.
They'll say, at long last.
И в народах этих стран, и в элитах,
and the people of those countries
представляют,
aren't talking about it, but they think.
Они об этом не говорят.
What do they think? Do you want to be secretly part of the Russian Empire as well?
Россия благородная.
Russia is generous. It will forgive either way. Come on, dude. Yeah, it will forgive either way. It will just generously create a whole bunch of new mass graves. Oh, come on. Dude. Bro. Man. No. No. Come on. Really?
Она все равно простит.
Sure.
Она нас простит и вспомнит, что
It will forgive us and remember
Финляндия, через Финляндию с Европой,
going to Europe through Finland.
со всеми капиталистическими мерами.
They'll say, we preserved the monuments.
Да, скажут, вот мы и памятник Николаю II,
To Nicholas II and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin.
и Владимиру Ильичу сохранили.
They'll say, we have it all. We even kept the red flags.
У нас все есть, скажут им.
This is delusional. This is just, I don't know what to say to this. This is just, wow.
Достанут красные флаги на всякий случай.
Just in case, I'm totally convinced they believe this.
Я совершенно уверен, что
I know you're convinced. I just, wow.
они в это верят. И нет.
This is just amazing. The Germans also believe Russia will forgive them. Oh, everybody believes Russia will forgive them.
Немцы верят, что Россия их простит. А эти тем более верят.
And these other beliefs, it even more.
Мне бы не хотелось, чтобы...
I don't want us to forgive them.
Чтобы прощал, да. Вот.
Предлагаете...
I'm not necessarily proposing decimating them. What, removing 1/10 of them?
Ну, я предлагаю такое
Not necessarily.
избирательное. Децимацию не нужно проводить.
Jesus.
Но вот
Stand all these countries in line.
выстоять все эти страны. И
Decimation means beheading every 10th person. Oh, wow. This person actually knows what decimate means. I'm impressed. The host wears a styling mode sedong shirt. Should give you a clue. Jesus.
Децимация – это когда каждому десятому голову с плеч.
может быть,
We could have a draw.
жребий бросить. Вот. С кем восстанавливать.
I love Russian intelligentsia for its humanity.
Что люблю русских интеллигентов? Да, за гуманизм такой. За звучание.
For their sound humanity. This is so horrible. Jesus, it's like, wow. It's like watching a den of villains talk and cackle as they talk about killing every 10th person in a nation. Like, this is so messed up. I just cannot believe this is not a bit. I just cannot believe this is serious television. This is so surreal.
Гуманизм.
Я хочу увидеть,
I want to see them punished. Damn. Somebody's in a specific mood.
как они будут
I want to
наказаны.
see them punished.
Но не так, чтобы всем
And not just forgiving everyone for everything.
все простить.
What are you even talking about? Forgiving for what? Forgiving... The West wants to be forgiven for objecting to your invasion of a different country. Like, what? Forgiving? What is the everything that needs forgiving? Russia? No, I've watched this before, but it's always very surreal to me.
О чем до сих пор
Some people here in Moscow are dreaming about it.
мечтают. Некоторые у нас здесь внутри в Москве. Очень тяжело
It's very hard to live without yearly trips to Paris.
жить, не будучи раз в год в Париже.
Oh, yearly trips to the French Riviera. Oh, okay. So you like your vacations in France, and therefore the French will be spared. Got it. Got it.
Париже, раз в год на Лазурном берегу, да и нам тяжело.
It's hard for us too, but we're hanging in there. Oh yeah, it's so hard for you to your genocidal war on Ukraine. It is so hard on you.
В общем-то,
Да, что
но мы
тяжело.
крепимся.
Можно, например, пойти моим
Why is it hard? You can follow in my footsteps.
путем. Пляжи Ирана и
The beaches of Iran and North Korea await you. This sounds like a bit. Come on. It literally sounds like a bit. It really sounds like some sarcastic bit. I cannot believe this. That is a script that I would expect to see in a bit, in a sketch, a comedy sketch. The beaches of Iran and North Korea await you. Like, seriously?
Северной Кореи ждут вас.
Oh no. Solovyov used to own 5 villas in Italy, but Meloni confiscated them, so he has a personal stake. He says his script of a heavy heart. Oh no.
Это вы к кому
Whom are you addressing?
обращаетесь?
К тем, которые готовы
Those who are ready to do it my way.
идти моим путем. Потому что, по-моему, все остальные
All other countries have already sanctioned me.
страны уже ввели против меня санкции.
Oh no, I wonder why. Jesus. Wow. So we've just witnessed the Russian media monitor. What an amazing programming that is. So this, wow, the best of the best. And if you think this segment was the best of the best, then I implore you to subscribe, donate, hit the bell, and become a giggler for life. And donate for me not to have to eat kasha every single day. But now we're getting into a thing. We're getting into a thing. Another thing. Because I've been criticizing Emmanuel Macron. Okay? I've been criticizing Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, but it seems like I've been a bit hasty in my criticism. Because it does seem I've been saying that Emmanuel Macron has just been saying things, floating around the idea of sending troops to Ukraine. And my stance on it has been talk is cheap. So far, France overall is not contributing a lot of aid, even though it very well could be contributing a lot more. And that until any action follows, then it's just empty gesturing. But it seems that there is actually some movement, okay? Because Russia claims, and I don't know how dependable the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service is, but apparently France is preparing a contingent of 2,000 troops to be sent to Ukraine. Apparently that is a thing that is happening. So let's see. Let us see. Sky News, I guess. If I have the full article. No, I don't want that. Zobaczmy. Oh my gosh. Okay. Which again Russian intelligence has said that France has prepared 2,000 troops to be sent to Ukraine. And France has called this statement irresponsible provocation because the Russian intelligence has said that France is ready to send 2,000 troops. And if France sends those troops, those French troops will become the primary target for Russian attack, which already is a very bizarre situation in which first France floats around an idea of sending troops, then Russia says that its intelligence claims that France actually already has 2,000 troops ready to be deployed to Ukraine. And once those troops are there, Russia will then target those troops as a priority. And then France responds with, this is irresponsible provocation. So there we go. The Ministry of Defense of France has criticized a statement from the Russian intelligence, foreign intelligence, about the preparing of France of 2,000 troops to be sent to Ukraine, and has deemed it to be irresponsible provocation. Especially, I would remind you all that in the European Union, which is very interesting, France just so happens to be a nuclear power. So if it's a provocation, then it's a provocation of a nuclear power, of another nuclear power. Russia, the nuclear power, is now provoking France, another nuclear power. A tussle between nuclear powers. As we wrote before, according to the Russian foreign intelligence, Sergei Narishkin, according to the chief of the Russian foreign intelligence, Sergei Narishkin, France is preparing a military contingent, which will only start at the number of 2,000. And this contingent would supposedly be sent to Ukraine. And Sergei Narishkin has warned that such a Western contingent might be taken on as a target of the Russian Federation. It will meet with the fate of all French which have come with a sword to the Russian world, he said on Tuesday. Soon after, his words were commented on by the French Ministry of Defense, which has deemed it as irresponsible provocation. And I would say that it is very interesting. This is a very interesting development. That suddenly Russia is so nervous about all that floating around. All the idea of Russia really got nervous about France first sort of just throwing out there the idea of sending troops, not even to fight, but to train. I believe demining was also proposed, sending European troops, European units to help demining. I'm not sure if medics were mentioned. Medics might have not been mentioned, but it is interesting how nervous Russia got just by that idea. How it feels like it sort of needs to already say, oh yeah, France is basically already ready, already has 2,000 troops ready and waiting to be sent. We're warning you. We're gonna target them and kill them. Like, this is very interesting. You know, 2 weeks from now, Putin will say it's 1812 all over again. True. I mean, this is very interesting to me, this development. Are the Russians gonna burn Moscow again? Is that what's gonna happen? Is Moscow gonna burn again? Just like during the Napoleon times. That would be so unfortunate if Moscow would be to burn once more. That would be a very unfortunate turn of events, wouldn't it? That would not be nice at all. Like, come on. We know we know you have. I mean, on the one hand, it's just the word of Russia against the word of France. Russia says they have 2,000 troops ready to be sent. France basically denies it, but we also sort of know that, and that might be shocking to some, and maybe a big revelation to some, but Russia has been known to lie. So perhaps we should be taking with a grain of salt what their chief of foreign intelligence is saying about what France is preparing or not preparing to send to Ukraine. Just saying. Maybe until we see some sort of solid evidence, we should be taking with a grain of salt what the good chief of foreign intelligence of Russia, Mr. Sergei Narishkin, is saying. You know, maybe we should be careful about believing what Russia has to say about the 2,000 troops that are about to be deployed in Ukraine. The Russian intelligence, foreign intelligence, has not even specified what the troops are supposed to be deployed for. Is it training Ukrainian troops? Is it demining efforts? Are there going to be 2,000 deminers sent to Ukraine? Is it medical assistance? Is it to guard sort of Belarusian border from a possible attack to free up Ukrainian soldiers to go east? Who knows? The Russian foreign intelligence did not specify. Or maybe the Russian foreign intelligence is trying to tell us that the 2,000 French soldiers are being directly sent to the front line to tip the balance, to tip the scale, and to, together with their Ukrainian comrades, defeat the Russian Federation. Who knows? Who knows? Because the Russian Foreign Intelligence Bureau has not specified any of it, unfortunately. But then again, it did say that it's a minimum of 2,000. The 2,000 is supposedly just beginning. It's just the beginning. It's just like a warm-up. So France is planning to send a lot more. So maybe they're just, maybe Russia is implying that France is just going to start pumping soldiers into the front line in order to directly fight Russia. Who knows? Who knows what Russia is trying to say? Like, it is hard to read into the mysterious and the deep Russian soul, or the Russian world. You know, maybe France is just preparing to send its super soldiers to the front, straight into the front line, to decimate the Russian forces. Who knows? But then again, don't forget that France, at the same time, is secretly hoping that Russia will forgive it. So, just a thing to keep in mind, that secretly France is hoping that Russia will forgive it no matter what. Because France loves its vacation spots. Russia loves its vacation spots in France, so. Okay, next thing. I think we've talked about the French military thing for a bit, but I've got another topic for you. Oh gosh, do I have another topic for you? And that is, apparently, which I find to be very fascinating, very cool. You won't believe what happened. You won't believe what is happening. Very cool development. So, you know how recently, or rather not even recently, overall Ukraine has been sinking a lot of ships. There's this whole chart which shows how many Russian ships have been sank by Ukrainian forces. Even though technically speaking, Ukraine does not really have a navy to combat the Russian navy with. All those nice things, all those cool developments of Ukraine just sinking one Russian ship after the other. Well, it seems like Russia has been really dedicating itself to there's this saying, I'm not sure if you've heard it. The saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. So since Russia has not been really been able to stop Ukraine from sinking Russian ships, the glorious Russian Federation has decided we might as well join Ukrainians and sink our ships ourselves. And apparently, that is exactly what happened. Russia has sank its own ship. How fascinating. The Russians have sunk their own ship? Strange tidings from Kaliningrad, which is also called Königsberg, which is also called Królewiec in Polish. Near Kaliningrad on the Baltic Sea, a huge explosion, well, just an explosion on a ship has been noted. An explosion on a ship. According to the Telegram channel Baza base, the explosion happened on a fisherman ship, fishing ship, traveler. The captain Lobanov. The Russian sources inform that 7 people were on board. The whole thing seems very mysterious. Some services claim that the explosion might be tied to the training of the Russian fleet. Yeah, the Russian Navy. The Russian Navy has decided to sink a Russian fishing ship as part of its exercise, apparently. You know? No, it's apparently of a Russian ship. The service Baza, which supposedly has connections to the Russian secret services, informs that Captain Lobanov has sank on the Baltic Sea, and the cause of the sinking would be an explosion on the ship. Traveler, right before the catastrophe, has sent an SOS signal, the fishing boat. The authorities of Kaliningrad say that Lobanov did not sink and it's being hauled into port. It's been taken into port. But it has been confirmed that as an effect of an explosion, a single crew member has died and 4 others have been wounded. An independent Russian sort of service, Dozhd, has said that geolocation data suggests that the fishing boat might have entered a sphere of Russian fleet maneuvers. On Monday, it was told that the Russian fleet has actually really been doing some practice in that area, and that the practice goals have been met. And it seems that at the end of 2023, a Russian journalist initiative, Dossier, which is part of the biggest groups that criticize Vladimir Putin, has publicized a report according to which the Russian fleet might have been using fishing boats as target practice for the Russian fleet. How crazy is that? The Russian fleet is using Russian fishing boats as target practice. I'm telling you, Russia has decided that if it can't beat Ukraine in sinking its ships, it might as well join it. This is so wild. Baza says that Captain Lobanov has sank, and that it's not the first ship to have sank like this. In 2021, a fishing boat has toppled on its side and partly sank. Nobody was hurt back then. Perhaps it's because there was no Russian fleet nearby at the time. Jesus. So there you have it. Allegedly, Russian fleet has been using Russian fishing boats / ships as target practice, which is beautiful because, you know, the Russian fleet needs some real life practice, and what better target than some fishing boats, right? No big deal. No big deal at all. Great. Some real life experience. Damn. What a beautiful development. What a thing to behold. And now I'm thinking to myself, what should we do? What else can we focus our attention to? There are a few options before us. We can do the Finkelstein thing, which could be interesting when he said Russia had the right to attack Ukraine. Or we could do something else. Let me see. Let me see what I have planned for us. Because I always have a lot. Okay. This is a pretty dire topic, but I think it's worth discussing. Oh God. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see. 24 hours. Oh gosh. Let me see. Huh. I'm trying to find a source that is nope. Foreignpolicy.com. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I'm trying to find the... because I don't trust that single Polish source. I don't trust a single source without finding a different. Okay. We're gonna look at the Kiev Independent. I do trust the Kiev Independent. So it seems like thanks to the, let's see, March the 20th. Where is this from? March the 17th. So like 3 days ago. So pretty recent. It seems that due to the stalling of aid by the United States of America, or rather by Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, the critical shortage of all sorts of ammunition is continuing. The European Union is also struggling to produce the necessary ammunition to send to Ukraine. The development of production has been going rather slowly. And in addition, Ukraine may be forced to aim to down only 1 in 5 missiles targeting cities due to ammunition shortage. So we are already seeing the effects of the lack of aid in action. We have been seeing it because Ukraine is forced to retreat when it should not be forced to. Ukraine has been losing ground. Russia has been advancing in the east. All basically because of the lack of critical aid. And the critical aid must come from the US. The US package must pass. It is a critical package. Without it, things will become really tough for Ukraine. And the critical shortage of ammunition is not, as we just read the headline, it's not just about shells for artillery or regular gun ammunition. It's also anti-air missiles, which are extremely crucial for defending cities. And defending cities are very crucial for allowing cities to function normally under war conditions. And cities functioning normally under war conditions is pretty crucial, at least partly, for keeping the economy afloat, because if services keep functioning normally, if businesses continue to function, if people can go to work normally, if people can function relatively normally during the war, then that means that this also fuels the economy of the country, which means that that money can be spent to pay public employees. It can be used to pay for social services. It can be used to pay for retirement money. It can be used to, for example, also add to the war effort, right? Of course, it is a fact that Ukrainian economy cannot sustain itself without outside aid. That is well known, that is well established. But it remains a fact that Ukrainian cities not being able to function relatively normally during the war would be an additional detriment to its economy. Not to mention all the people that would die. All the people, if not all missiles are intercepted, a lot more people, a lot more civilians will just die, because those missiles will probably hit apartment blocks. Those missiles will probably hit hospitals, schools, kindergartens, all the things that Russia is so fond of targeting, as we've already witnessed time and time again. So let's read the article, shall we? Ukraine may be forced to aim to down only 1 in 5 missiles targeting cities due to ammunition shortage. Mind you, okay, Ukraine is already forced to choose which cities it defends more than the others because of shortage in anti-air missiles. Already prioritizes certain cities over the others, like cities like Kiev, Lviv, I assume, Kharkiv will be prioritized over some other cities that will not be as well defended. And that is because of a critical shortage of anti-air, unfortunately. Munitions for some of Ukraine's air defense systems may be nearly used up by the end of March, by the end of this month. So by the end of this month, we might be seeing a huge reduction of anti-air capability. The Washington Post reported on March 15th, citing unnamed Western officials. Ukraine has tried to shoot down 4 of every 5 missiles aimed at its cities, but the shortage in munition for its defenses may soon force Ukraine to aim for only 1 of every 5 of one of the officials told the Washington Post. Do you know what that means? That is crazy. That is crazy. That really worries me. That like the amount of victims will just skyrocket, I assume. Like that's just horrible. We've already had a recent attack on Odessa with many victims. I think it was 20 or more, and many people were wounded. The officials cited by the outlet had met with Ukrainians at the Munich Security Conference last month, the paper reported. Ukraine is coming under increasing pressure as its munition stocks run low, and foreign U.S. aid bill has been blocked in Congress due to political fighting. The bill would allocate $60 billion for Ukraine and has remained stalled for months, despite pressure from the White House and other members of Congress. At this point, it's pretty fair to say that Trump and Mike Johnson just want Ukraine to lose for them to gain some political victory over Joe Biden. That's ridiculous. It's just playing with global security for the sake of a domestic political win. And it's messing with US security as well, because again, if Ukraine loses, Russia definitely will not stop at Ukraine. It will go further. And who's the biggest trade partner of the US again? Oh yeah, Europe. That is so short-sighted. I just don't know what to say. It is so short-sighted. A senior advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky told the Washington Post that there was a high likelihood of significant Russian territorial gains against Ukraine by the summer in the absence of new US aid. So we have two consequences, two direct consequences of the lack of aid. One, more people will die in cities because only 1 out of 5 missiles will be intercepted, as said here. That would definitely mean that more buildings will be destroyed, more people will die. Second, Russia will push and gain a lot more territory. perfect. Like, that's great. That is a great way for the US to show to the world just how much of a reliable ally it is. The Budapest Memorandum is when the US has promised to defend Ukraine's border integrity should it be attacked. And now the US is just ignoring that commitment. It has ignored that commitment in 2014 to begin with. Like, serious action should have been taken against Russia in 2014, but that ship has sailed. And it seems that the ship is sailing as we speak again. And this is, again, the US is showing to be an unreliable ally to the whole world, to Europe. Not just Europe, actually, to also all different allies around the globe. Vietnam, Taiwan, all those other places. It is signaling to different countries around the globe that maybe more aggressive action is in order to get what we want. After all, China has openly said during the Munich Security Conference that for the global security and stabilization, Taiwanese sovereignty cannot be suffered to exist. That Taiwan cannot be suffered to exist as an independent country, and that it is an internal Chinese affair, and that is necessary for global peace and stability. What would have happened? US offered to support Ukraine militarily in 2014? I don't know. Possibly. In my opinion, if the US backed Ukraine in 2014, it could have had a strong, for example, negotiating power to wrestle back Crimea, back when it all started, you know? Like, there should have been strong Western backing of Ukraine in 2014. A pressure for Russia to relinquish the territory that it occupied. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that Russia was just allowed to do the whole Donetsk and Luhansk and Crimea bullshit, and that it's been allowed to just get away with it till 2022. And actually, it's still allowed to get away with it to this day, since the US is freezing aid to Ukraine. It's ridiculous what is happening. It was ridiculous what happened in 2014, and it is even more ridiculous what is happening now. And no, I don't think boots on the ground were necessarily even, I don't know. It was a bit of a different situation. The Ukraine did not have much of an army back then. Like, there should have been more support in 2014. That's for sure. People don't understand how bad the front is right now, the advisor said, as cited by the Washington Post. The morale is low, the momentum is low. Young men are afraid they will be mobilized to die because of lack of weapons. In February, Russia made its first major territorial gain in 9 months when Ukraine withdrew from the small industrial city of Avdiivka in Donetsk Oblast. Since then, Russia has pushed forward and captured several neighboring villages. Both Ukrainian and Western officials have attributed the recent military setbacks in part to the ongoing impasse in Congress over US aid to Ukraine. I would think that that is a big part of it, considering that this is a pretty huge chunk of aid. The Institute for the Study of War said on March 13th that Ukraine's ammunition shortage caused by the delays could soon lead to a Russian breakthrough on the front lines. As Ukraine faces shortages in munitions, Russia continues to target Ukraine cities with deadly missile strikes. A missile strike in Odessa killed 21 people. We've mentioned that in this very segment. And injured at least 73. 73. And that is currently. And now let's imagine that Ukraine is forced to aim to shoot down 1 in every 5 missiles. And let's see to what sort of victim count that leads to. On March 15th, rescuers immediately reached the scene of the strike and were hit during rescue operations after Russia struck the site again, which is a typical Russian modus operandi. They strike, they wait for the rescuers to come, medics, rescuers, etc., and then they strike again, hoping to hit rescue workers. Because Russia, since the beginning of the war, has been targeting medics and rescue workers, because if medics and rescue workers are taken out, then who will heal Ukrainian soldiers and help them to get back on the battlefront? Who will help them to get back into action? Exactly. Which is why medics are being targeted, even though, technically speaking, that is against international law. Okay. So that is definitely what has been happening. It is said that artillery crews are a primary target for Russian forces. And while that is certainly true, there is another primary target for Russian military forces, and that is medics. Medics on the ground, medics at the front line, field medics. Those are a primary target for Russian forces. And of course, when it comes to bombing cities, rescue crews are a primary target for Russian forces as well. More than 10,500 civilians have been killed since 2022, and those are pretty low estimates. Reality is much more grim when it comes to this, for a variety of reasons. The UN uses a very, let's just say, conservative estimate. I will just say that and leave it at that. And an average of 163 civilians were killed each month in 2023, according to the UN estimates released last month. And the UN estimates are lowering the death count significantly. Let's put it out there. At least 587 children are among the dead. The UN stressed that this number includes deaths verified by UN methodology, and that actual figures are likely to be much higher. Okay? Even the UN itself recognizes that the actual amount of victims is much, much higher. So I guess we don't need to get into that right now. So there we have it. The lack of critical aid. Who would have guessed? The lack of aid causes the lack of means for Ukraine to defend itself, which means Russia has free reign to push forward, to gain ground, that Russia has free reign to bomb cities without consequence, that Ukraine will soon be forced to strike 1 in every 5 missiles. We'll be seeing a lot more victims. We'll be seeing a lot more captured cities, villages. We'll see much more of atrocities in occupied areas as new areas will become occupied. Wonderful. We've already been talking recently about how rapid Russification has been happening on occupied areas of Ukraine, cementing quote unquote Russian legitimacy in those areas. De-Russification includes forcing the populace to accept a Russian passport, which automatically means that Ukrainian men can be conscripted into the army, the Russian army, to fight against Ukraine, and importing Russian citizens with money bonuses or tax cuts or cheap mortgage for apartments, etc. Importing Russians to basically live in the occupied areas, shifting the demographics to become more Russian, which again, in the eyes of Russia, legitimizes the claim over these lands, because they will say, look, these lands are primarily Russian, so they are Russian. This is Russia. Mainly Russians live here, as you can see. So this is where we are right now. Europe is not capable, or I would even say willing, to do what it needs to do to properly assist Ukraine. And the US is currently outright just withholding aid because of political games. Because of political games within the US and because of the election cycle. The all-important election cycle. So yeah, it's a bit sad, but if you like this, then do all the things. Lucy, I need to tell you something. This community is pretty great. It is? Thank you. I try my best. I try my best with the community. Maybe we should do some Maybe we should start watching documentaries on the giggle cord. But yes, thank you, Greater Ain't. So this has been a pretty grim piece of news. This has not been a very positive development, has it? Unfortunate, but you know, that is sadly the grim reality of the current situation in Ukraine. Thank you, Greater Ain't. Thank you. Pretty much everyone I've seen here so far has been very empathetic and introspective and insightful. Very diverse pond of ducks. That is true. That is true. Thank you very much. And also we have a very talented artist within the community that really always pulls through when it comes to art sort of prompts. The Pentagon has started a website where you can track US aid to Ukraine. You flatter me. No, I don't. I'm a moderate artist. It just seems like the West does not have the will to do what it needs to do. It just seems that there is no will. And we're seeing the effects now. It's just very... It's all half measures. It is all half measures, and it also is sort of evident in even the seemingly symbolic things, which I'm gonna talk about now. The aid for Ukraine is full of half measures. Oh no, or no measures at all in the case of the US. But Paris 2024, Russian and Belarusian athletes excluded from participating in opening ceremony of the Olympics. Announcing their decision on Tuesday, the IOC said these athletes competing under a neutral flag will be able to experience the event. Olympics chiefs announced on Tuesday, March 19th, that Russian and Belarusian athletes competing in this summer's Paris Games under a neutral flag will not be able to take part in the opening ceremony. Individual neutral athletes from either country will not participate in the parade of delegations and teams during the opening ceremony since they are individual athletes. IOC Director James MacLeod said after the executive board meeting of the International Olympic Committee in Lausanne, but an opportunity will be provided to them to experience the event, added MacLeod. The Ains will be on site, he said, but not included as passengers on the boat parade on the river Seine. That is a half measure, okay? That, in my opinion, is a half measure, because all of the Belarusian and Russian athletes can just declare themselves neutral and say that they officially don't support the war. There you go. Business as usual. Business as usual. Which is disappointing. It is already disappointing that Russian and Belarusian athletes are taking care of sport and are taking part in sports events such as, I'm pretty sure, fencing, chess, tennis. Those are the sports I definitely know Russian and Belarusian athletes are allowed to participate without any problems. And I just don't think that should be the case. Can them participating support the war effort? Yeah, it can. Because sports people, sports celebrities are big PR magnets and also money drawers. So, yeah, Russian athletes can participate in chess. Yeah. There was a Polish chess player that refused to shake the hand of a Russian player in chess. So, yeah, it is happening. Russian players are allowed to participate in chess. So, I guess trans women are just, you know, too bad, trans women. Too bad. I wish the US cared more about Ukraine. Well, I mean, the US itself does care about Ukraine. The majority of citizens of the US, as far as polls show, do support the aid to Ukraine. A lot of politicians support the aid of Ukraine. It seems like the aid to Ukraine is being blocked by a certain specific group of politicians from a very specific political party. And that is a very specific subsection of that party that is gathered around a very specific man who happens to be running for president this year. Have I given you enough hints that you can gather who I am referring to? Have I given you enough to work with for you to sort of put the pieces together? Have I given you the answer to this mysterious conundrum? Yellow Man Party? Maybe. And all I'm hearing is words, 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 words. In the US, we have outright blocking of US aid. In the US, we have outright blocking of aid. And in Europe, we have a lot of talk, 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 but not enough action. For example, Charles Michael, high time to put EU's economy on war footing. Well, don't just talk about it, do it. Put the economy on war footing. Of course, it'll not be so easy because the European Union is full of many, many procedural obstacles. It has 27 individual states that have 27 individual interests. So, easier said than done, in other words. As always, easier said than done. European Council President Charles Michael said it is high time to put the EU's economy on a war footing by increasing joint defense spending and buying, which will probably need to get an approval of the states involved, which will probably need a procedure to get passed, etc., etc. It will all take time. The transition from one type of economy to the other will, it's not a super fast thing, which means that in practice Ukraine will be once again left to fend for itself without the means to do so. While the European Union will be ironing out the details on how such a thing would even work. In his invitation letter to the European Council members, Michael said that the priority is the swift provision of military assistance to Kyiv, including the fast track procurement and delivery of ammunition. The summit of EU leaders to be held on 21st, 22nd March in Brussels. Well, we'll see what the summit brings, won't we? We'll see if it will lead to some decisions that will actually be translated into swift action, because otherwise it's just a lot of hot air. Otherwise it's meaningless. Like, the situation on the ground in Ukraine sadly does not reflect all these lofty, beautiful promises that the European Union is making. We will support Ukraine as long as it takes. We will support Ukraine to the end. We will do whatever it takes. And yet, Russia is pushing in the east, and Ukraine might be forced to shoot down 1 in every 5 missiles. And of course, a lot of it is due to the US blocking aid. But, in my humble opinion, the European is more than financially capable enough to buy weapons from third-party sources that Ukraine desperately needs and send it to at least alleviate the critical shortage. That should be the top priority of the European Union right now. Alleviating the immediate critical shortage that Ukraine is suffering from right now. Not just focusing on building up long-term infrastructures. So that is my opinion on the matter. Ukraine faces an ongoing ammunition shortage, with the country being in dire need of shells and missiles, as the $61 billion in funding from the US remains stuck in Congress. Several European countries joined a Czech-led initiative to produce from non-European countries 800,000 sorely needed artillery ammunition for Kyiv. And look how long it's taking for the European Union to organize around that. It should be snap. European Union funds it, it buys it, it sends it. And not this meandering. It is frustrating. Ukraine faces an ongoing ammunition shortage. Michael also said that Europe has not invested enough in its security and defense for decades. Therefore, now is the time for a real paradigm shift in relation to our security and defense. Now that we are facing the biggest security threat since the Second World War, although by the actions of the European Union it sure doesn't seem that way. It sure doesn't feel that way by the way the European Union is acting in the face of this huge security threat. It is high time we take radical and concrete steps to be defense ready and put the EU's economy on a war footing. The EU Council President wrote, these are quite worrying words, because I'm going to be honest, when I hear reports of Russia being ready to attack NATO in Europe within 2-3 years. Europe must be ready. Europe must arm itself. Europe must prepare itself. All that sort of tells me, without telling me, that Europe is quietly preparing itself for Ukraine to lose. That Europe is not actually preparing itself to efficiently support Ukraine so that it can win, but actually, what is being said is Europe must be ready in 2-3 years for a Russian attack. But why would there be a Russia attack if Ukraine manages to defend itself? The only conclusion is that the European Union is preparing itself for a situation in which Ukraine will lose. That is the only conclusion that I can come to in this situation. Sorry, not sorry. Michael called on EU member states to help the defense industry gain access to private and public funds and reduce regulatory barriers. That would be great. Reducing regulatory barriers. He also mentioned the importance of preventing the escalation of conflicts in the Middle East and problems in agriculture, which are expected to be discussed at the summit. So I guess the Green Order sort of got mentioned. Earlier, Michael called Russia a serious military threat to our European continent, not ruling out that Europe could be next if Ukraine does not receive enough aid. So there we have it. Europe is preparing itself more and more for the scenario that Ukraine might just lose. On March 18th, EU foreign ministers agreed to allocate additional 5 billion euros in defense assistance for Ukraine in 2024 within the framework of the European Peace Facility. Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba announced. Damn. The end of the stream is becoming real negative. There's a lot of negativity to the end of the stream, isn't there? But what can I say? The situation is pretty dire. Let me see. Where is I have it. There we go. The map. Let's consult the map. Let's look at the map. Oh, what did you think of did you see the long interview? What did you think of it? I've also uploaded the medic thing of Avdiivka. Avdiivka is here. Yeah. Russia's advancing across the front line. Dibrova. Plasztanka. Novovodiane. The medic video has English subtitles? Yes, it does. All my uploaded videos have English subtitles. I don't just upload raw footage without translation. Well, you can also learn Polish. That is also an option for you. Liman Pershey. Let me see. Kharkiv. Kherson. Don't seem to be any true. Doesn't seem to be any big advancement here. So there doesn't seem to be any big advancement here. You have Kherson. Oh. Werbowe. Noworokopivka. I wouldn't say it's winning, but it's definitely gaining ground. I wouldn't say it's gaining the war per se, but it's definitely, the situation is definitely getting dire, I will say that, due to the lack of aid. Ivanivske. Here we have Kharkiv. Kochetok. Zapadne. Dworiczna. Topoli. Kamianka. So yeah, that's your opinion on Russian citizens. They are basically pawns of the state at this point, fully complicit in. Then again, Russian, I don't know, I would probably say that it's fully terrorized by the Russian state into compliance. That is my opinion on it. Terrorized society is very unfortunate, but also unfortunately true. I want to check something real quick. Oh, the chatter is still in the Google card. If this is the person you are referring to, then they are still in the Google card. Let me see. Um. I'm trying to check. Oh. I might go to Lublin. Let's see. I might actually go to Lublin. I might go to Lublin. Excellent. All right. I guess we've been streaming for 1 billion hours. So I guess we'll finish for today. Hold on. Let's see if anybody who can raid me is streaming. Because I'm a cynical person. I'm a cynical person.
Oh, President Sunday. What a joke. This guy thinks he can just waltz onto YouTube, spout a bunch of lies, and call himself a president? Let me me tell you something, folks. President Sunday isn't even a real president. He's just some loser with a webcam and an ego.
Whatever. Too late for me. How long have we been streaming so far? Let me see. How long has this stream been? 4 hours. 4 hours. You know what? We could continue for a bit longer. I might be going to Lublin though. That could be a very nice thing. I could get some more protest footage in Lublin this time, not in Warsaw. Farmers want to protest in Lublin now. One moment, I'm gonna get something to drink. I'll be right back, and we're gonna talk about Lublin. Lublin. Unia Lubelska. President Grump Day. Yes. Yes. Stealing my viewers, as always. How dare you, President Sunday. Squid duck. Yes. Traitors. Traitors, curs. I should be having 10,000 people watching these streams. I'm amazing. Or at least valuable. I am valuable. Muted mute. Oh, I'm growing. I am growing. Yes, maybe, or at least I am but one. You are. I don't know how to respond to this. I have no idea how to respond to this. You're Z1. I guess that's my answer. You're not just but one. You're Z1. There you go. I figured out. Perfect reply to this little conundrum that has happened here. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Whoa. What the fuck? I cannot. Okay, I'm not getting into Ukraine, Palestine quite yet. I'm not getting into it. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wow. Host. People worry that once Gazans leave Gaza, not Netanyahu won't let them back in. Jared. Maybe, but what's left of the place? Anyway, let me tell you about how valuable Gaza's waterfront property could be.
Fears on the part of
This is so messed up. Just Jesus. Jesus Christ. Ugh. True. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. What is this? President Sunday is tweeting. Wow. Okay, I want to see watch this tweet. This is pretty funny. Damn. Okay, you know what? I want to show you something. I want to try the demo. Let's try the demo real quick. I wanted to try this demo for a while now, but I've not been able to. So let us try the demo together. Lucy, would you consider the Holocaust an official policy of Nazi Germany? Oh gosh, are we talking about that now? Are we discussing genocide being only genocide if it has explicit policy attached to it? The answer is not exactly. The answer is not exactly, okay? Not exactly explicit policy. It was pretty emergent, you know? What do you mean by official policy? Maybe I'll ask that. What do you mean by official policy? It was official policy. But the question, I guess, I suspect your question is not if it was official policy. Your question is if it was explicit policy. I would say it was official policy, but I wouldn't say it was explicit policy. What was Loner Bucks arguing and when? What was Loner Bucks arguing? Sorry? Can you fill me in? Can you give me the context of what exactly was Loner Bucks arguing? So that I can somewhat respond. Okay, now we have to figure out the sound. It was while President Sunday was reviewing Finkelstein versus Destiny. Okay, so what about it? What exactly did Loner Bucks say, and what was it in response to? Can my PC have?
昔この菩薩峠には八五郎一味という山賊がおってな。頭の八五郎は七尺を超える大男で槍の達人。そりゃ手に負えない圧巻だった。何でも豊臣勢の生き残りで大義のためと触れ回って金銭を集めておったのだとか。
Okay, I guess I do have a few questions. What is the comparison being made between Nakba and the Holocaust? That is my first question. What exactly is the comparison made? Like, besides just the fact that both are considered by the people making the comparison genocide, right? What exactly is the comparison? That's the first question. The second question is, what was the public statement by Nazi Germany?
自らの武勇伝を語り聞かせ、宴で釈をさせたという。八五郎は子供好きでな。ひとしきり可愛がった後、切り捨てて次の子を見繕っていたんだと。その子供も死産血牙の中で自らの運命を悟ったろうよ。夜明け前には自分も同じようにムクロになるのだろうとな。おしまい。
That's pretty bad.
おいじいさん、話はそれで終わりか？何も落ちちゃいねえじゃねえか。八五郎一味とその子供はどうなったんで？
どうも何もこの話はそれだけなんだよ。 矢五郎一味はこの夜を最後にみん
I
な
have
い
to
な
go
く
back
な
to
っ
look
ち
at
ま
the
った
context exactly. Please do. I need the context to answer.
何日か経ってな藩の殿様が手勢を連れて
You can link.
港町に
If
来
you
て
have a
みれ
timestamp, you
ば
can link it so I can take a look at it on stream.
あるのは町人たちと矢五郎一味の死体だけ。港にあった荷物もそのままさ。
なんだいそれ。一味は仲違いで殺し合って自滅したってのか？
まあなあ。矢五郎も槍を手にしたまま死んでいたって話だ。他に面白いことと言ったら、まああれかね。後に港町のありさまを見聞した役人はこんなことを殿様に知らせたらしい。ことはすべて一人の名手の技によるもの。たまさか立ち寄った旅人が町を通り過ぎるよう。
そいつはいい。作り話にしてもやりすぎだよ。
Oh, you've played it. Is it good?
藩の足軽が手を焼く山賊を一人で返り討ちだ。いたらそれこそ噂の武芸者。剣術無双の武蔵何が知ってな。あれ、待てよじいさん。矢五郎一味は死んだんだよな。
Okay. We're gonna take a look. We're gonna play the demo a bit and then I'm gonna
一人だけ生きてたんだろ。
take a look, okay? Hold on. Just gonna play the thing a bit. Very short. Well, that's good because we have to look at the loner box thing.
それがなかったんだよ。子供の死体が一人分。
Oh yeah, I have to. You wanna see me playing the game, right? You don't wanna just see the game without me. Also, we wanna see the chat. That's better. We don't wanna see all these things.
死んではいないが、生きてもいない。矢五郎たちと一緒にその子供。
Oh my god. I see. It's okay, I don't get heated. I probably won't call him
何の良しあって俺を狙う。
Yeehaw! Let's go! I destroy you all. Ready, this. Oh. Water stands. Pressing blah blah. Ooh. That's better. Damn. Well, that's better. Isn't it? During battle, enemies may become shrouded in a red glow. This is a sign they are readying a deadly attack. Quickly land heavy attack and drop them. Oh. Damn. Oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay, Valor Strike. Damn. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Bottom shaming. Come on. Bottom shaming? No. That's not. Uh-oh. That's not good. Listen. I'm hesitant to say it, but saying that President Sunday was bottom shaming is basically like saying he was Lucy shaming. Uh-oh, I think I'm dead. Game over. To try. Oh, I'm supposed to win? Mm-hmm. The game has not taught me how to win this battle. What am I supposed to do? Oh, that's better. The sword would have broke. Katanas are pretty brittle, believe it or not. Would have broke by now.
下がれ、ライダー。名を知らせずして打ち果たすは我が心情にもとるゆえ。
Oh no.
私は唯小説。烈士足らんと志すものである。宮本伊織殿。 この度は誠に申し訳ない。
Uh-oh.
ゆえあってお命をいただく。
Oh. Hold on. I'll fix it.
俺はまだ死ぬわけにはいかない。
Oh my god. Where's the game? It should be okay now. Intro. Is that the end of the demo? You are broke, Lucy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for pointing out my brokenness.
一息で貫くためには少し苦しいだろう。許せいっぱい我らが行くことを今埋める時を身を焦がしゃききれても道だけは続いている。そんな美しさのあれにも大河に
It's called... I'm gonna check in a second. I'm not sure how much it costs. I also have to check that. This is a demo. But the game you can already buy. You can already buy the game. So it does have a cost. Even if it has a free demo. There's still a full game you can buy. Behind the demo. The full game is available for purchase. Nii-chan mitsuketa? No desu.
かやか。
やっほー兄ちゃん。
やっほ
ー。悪いが今は手が離せない。長屋で待っていてくれ。
こら。
危ない真似はよせ。
こうでもしなきゃ兄ちゃんやめないでしょ。ほんと相変わらず稽古好きなんだから。
まったくお前こそ相変わらず威勢がいい。
もちろん。兄ちゃんもちゃんと稼いでご飯食べて。食べてないじゃん。もうダメだよそんなんじゃ。
いやまあそのなんだ。
言い訳無用。私にはすぐわかるんだから。
言い訳無用。
ついこの前も飢えてこそたどり着く境地がどうこうとか言って、結局お腹空きすぎて倒れちゃったの。もう忘れた？自分を追い込むのもほどほどにしないと。
あれは未熟だった。未熟ゆえ腹の具合を見誤った。
兄ちゃん
一言もない。
ほんと 当にしょうがないんだから。ほら。どうせこんなことだと思っておむすびこさえてきてあげたの。これ食べて稼いできなさい。
まあいつも悪いな。できた妹がいて兄は鼻高々だ。
本当？ってごまかされないんだからね。ちゃんと稼いでちゃんと食べてね。
わかったわかった。助之進に口利きを頼んでみる。さあお前は小笠原の家に帰れ。俺もすぐに出る。
はーい。兄ちゃん気をつけて頑張ってね。
あ、お前も小笠原様に迷惑をかけるなよ。
Every day is a good day. Can I jump on a building? Blue. Where's the blue but chicken? I can just move the chickens. Or the cocks.
Yo, いおりさん、来るのを待ってたよ。ちょうどあんたの腕を借りたいとこだったんだ。
ああ、こたびは何をすればいい？
それなんだがな。
盗みを企てる無頼の浪人どもを懲らしめるか。
Degenerate.
おう、頼むぜ。近頃この手の浪人どもが多くてな。
狼藉に走る浪人はまだ増えるぞ。改易や取り潰しに遭う大名家が多い。おのずと浪人も増えようも。
まあな、かの新面武蔵のお弟子様にもかかわらず、はした金で俺の務めを手伝ってくれてよ。世が世ならあんた立身出世も夢じゃなかったろうにな。
望んだあり方だ。これでいい。だがはした金というならお前もっと積んでいいんだぞ。
腕に似合わんよな。すまん。奉行所もこれでなかなか厳しくてな。
厳しい。
いや、冗談だ。
そう言ってくれるとありがたいね。
Oh, it just disappeared. I just delete the people that I run into, I guess. There's the Ronin.
手はず通りに盗みに入る。先を思えば金はいくらあってもいいからな。
Japanese melee weapon, I guess. The
石川
bow.
何がしの真似事か。
Oh no, melee weapon. I'm sorry, the bow is not a melee weapon. I guess the katana in this case, even though it's pretty brittle.
水の型でいく。押し切る。血の型。
What now? Oh.
朝持ち。そうか。貴様も選ばれたのか。
はい。
技？何のことだ。
もはや手段を選んではおれん。そうでなかかれ。せや。押し
切る。また一つ強くなれたか。
There you go.
片付いたか。
よう終わったな。いつもながら手際が良くて助かるね。
手強かったぞ。いささか肝を冷やした。
そうかい。
そうだ。では銭をいただこ
う。お、
銭。
おいあんた、その手はどうしたよ。左手の甲だ。ずいぶんなざじゃねえか。
あざ。うん。あざ。確か宣告の浪人が何か言っていたな。
こりゃまた派手に赤くなってんな。あんたが食らうとは珍しいこともあるもんだ。
いや、一撃も受けた覚えはない。放っておくさ。痛みはないし、医者に見せる金もない。
なあ、そうかい。そんじゃこれが今日の分だ。
Damn.
明日も来いよ。
明日は確か吉原だったか。
だからあんたみてえな腕利きがいるんだよ。頼んだぜ。
さて帰るか。
帰るのです。
お疲れ様。夕げの握り飯も世話を焼きすぎだぞかや。このあざ、痛みはないが色味が濃くなっているな。紅玉は寝て明日にしよう。せくようなことでもなし。たかが左手のあざ一つは、
Maybe we'll take a look at loaner box quickly before I end stream.
Nanda? なるほど。ならばここは36系。逃げるにしかず。俺はまだ死ぬわけには。俺はまだ死ぬわけにはいかない。
この光、やはり察するに君が私の呼び人か。
Yes. Let's go.
待て。貴殿は
待てない。
ふむ、私はセイバーのようだな。
セイ、
いとまがない。まずは離れる。呼び人よ、君の名は何だ？
いおり、宮本いおりだ。
ではいおり、遅れるなよ。
待て、セイバーと言ったか。
Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. The loaner box
気安
thing.
いな。呼び捨てられる覚えはないぞ。
名乗ったのはそちらだ。いや、 話をするいとまはないか。
行くぞ。
逃がさぬ。
弱い。
水の型で行
君、剣以外の脳はないのか。
く。なくはないが。
行くぞ、より。
これはどうだ。
おお、炎とは。
本職ではないがな。奥の手。
まじない妖術の類か。威力はないが手が早い。剣のみよりいくらかマシだ。
Oh, nice. Maybe you will. I think we will finish up soon.
押し切る。
We're gonna defeat this guy now.
ほう、ライダー短期とは。逃げるのはやめだ。ここで仕留める。
固く揺るがぬ血のごとく。水の型。
Uh-oh. Nice.
新手か、姿を見せろ。
灰は灰、塵は塵。
Damn. What a game.
すべてを等しく燃やし尽くしましょう。
Damn.
あの槍、ランサーか。一晩のうちに2機と相まみえるとは幸先が良い。命が惜しくば下がれより、私がやる。 少し彼らを見たい。ライダー。放つ。消えまい。刮目せよ。そこだ。やっ
このままでは浅草すべてが火の海に沈みかねえ。俺は
よりほうけるなよ。
同類が
欲しがりだな、ランサー。ならば来い。
来い。ならば来い。来い来い来い。
おい。
矛を収める気はないか。ならば
俺は
ホーグ。
やめろ。
セイバ
Damn.
今の何か。
引きましょうマスター。英月の儀、人目をはばかるべきかと。
我らも下がる。ライダー。宮本伊織、マスターの一人として今は不足と見た。伊織殿、次に会う時は必ずやお命いただく。逃げるか、おのれ。
待てセイバー。
Or I can save. Is this demo really short if I can save a game?
かの夜、
青
年の平穏は終わりを迎えた。刃を心を交わし、彼は願いを叶えんとする。
I guess it's over, the demo.
7人のマスターが最後の一人まで殺し合う生存競争。己が願いが叶うのだ。君は英月の儀を何とする
？800野鳥を火の海にはできない。人の道に反する行いだ。
思うところはあるが、嘘のない 良い返答だった。
師匠。そこで別人だとは思わないわけね。よろしい、この師匠の手貸してあげましょう。
死をもって命じる。本物の地獄を見せてやれ。
フラン、ヘイ、エトランチェ。
宮本伊織、マスターの一人として今は不足と見た。お命をいただく。君は弱き者なのだ。英霊に比べれば。
俺の本分は剣士だよ。どれほど弱かろうともな。
あんたはマスターになった。故に自らこの儀を抜けることはできない。
お前にはきっと俺と同じものが見えている。そう感じた。
私はポイエト家の長女にして時計塔の魔術師ドロテアよ。
お前の夢は決して成就しない。
君のあり方は君自身が決める。
我は我こそは二天一流宮本伊織なり。
Alright, you did it. So now, little gigglers. God, gosh darn it. Now, I tell you good night. Bye bye. Love and solidarity. Good night, and I will go to sleep. It's my time to go to sleep. So I will press end stream. And you know what they say. They say when I sleep, I rest. And when I rest, I sleep, I guess. You know?